Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. This is Jared with Bite-Sized Battles, and we're going to be laying the foundation for our stream today. By playing, a little bit of Foundation, of course. So, you may have noticed that I kind of disappeared from streaming for a few days. I explained yesterday when I was playing a little bit of Call of Duty that I kind of went on a depressive spiral, per se, and I found a game to involve myself in. Well, that game that I involved myself in was Foundation. It was a game that I've been following since its actual release date back in beta and shit. Like, I've been following this game basically since it came out, sort of deals. Since it was new news. They have made extensive amounts of progress with the game. It has a whole new refreshed AI, or not AI, but UI rather. It looks a little bit prettier. It looks nicer and cleaner. It looks more modern in comparison to how it did. The game looked plenty modern, but the UI looked old school as hell. It still functioned great, don't get me wrong. It still served all the same functions and stuff, and it was a little bit confusing too. It did have its little confusing qualities here and there to it. Well, I explained back when I did my original Foundation stream here about a week and a half ago-ish, that I just loaded a whole bunch of new mods onto my game. Well, I didn't exactly know how the game was going to behave. And, I succeeded in failing. Hello, Mr. Kenny. I succeeded at failing that city miserably with, pretty much everyone in the city becoming outlaws because I have the security mod downloaded. Well, today we're going to be going on a little city tour of the city that it's been a little bit of a project for me. It's not super great because it's kind of a compiled, stacked on top of shit sort of little city. So, I have Foundation pulled up here in the background. Well, let's go ahead and swap on over and get to this, shall we? I went ahead and did a, hey, cool, my chat's actually going to work in-game. It didn't last time. Sweet. Awesome. Okay, so this may pop up and say, oh, well, you have updated your mods since then, and you have to go in and redo those mods for whatever reason. So if so, I have to load the game a different way, and it shouldn't affect anything. We will probably experience a little chuggage. There will probably be a little bit of lag here and there, because the game was lagging for me. Like I said, I have pretty much every single mod that is available for Foundation on the game. I've also started to become a little bit more active on the mod.io is their website, if I remember correctly. Throwing a couple of little suggestions here and there at a couple of the mod creators and stuff like that. A couple of things I noticed during my playthrough that was kind of, I don't know, poopy mechanics, I guess. They're not really bad mechanics, it's just things that it would be in the ease of access sort of deals. Because there's one guy in particular that has done a significant amount of modding on this game, and the vast majority of these mods came from him. So anyway, yeah, here. Let's see, it is Control U to take down the UI. Alright. And I will also go ahead and get rid of the stream chat real quick. So here's my city. It's the great city of TITTYTOPIA. Or no, wait. I think it was TITTYTOPIA was the name of the city, and TITTYTOPIA was the name of my lord. Yes, that's what it is. TITTYTOPIA is the name of the city, and Lord TITTYTOPIA. Yes. It's glorious. Yeah, as you can see, I'm just getting ready to breach into the 1,300 population range. But last time when I was still running around trying to build stuff and whatnot, the game decided it was going to crash out on me. And, yeah. Oh, there we go. We got a little bit of chuggage there. So, this keep provides security. So do all of these towers and stuff of that nature. They provide guards and so on that, go out on little adventures off into the hillsides when my populace decide that they want to go off and basically be bandits. I also have the Great Ladders mod, which is a very convenient mod, and I also found out one that doesn't actually need to be built inside your own territory, which has come to actually be quite the asset to my my guard population. Kind of funny enough, I had, I'll show you here since I brought that up here before I show you off any of the rest of the city, but you can get a glimpse of what's going on here if we zoom over everything. You get a little bit more of a glimpse since the game decided to freeze, but whatever. So this ladder here, if you notice, there appears to be a bandit or a guard. Who are you? What are you doing out here? What? Yeah, it's a bandit. Outlaw. So this is part of the security mod. The bandits and or outlaws, what have you. No manners. It was just a big bus going up the road. Just chill, baby. So they go up and they make little bandit camps. That, number one, hurts your population. And, you know, the amount of population you can have actually doing jobs. Number two, it also hurts your happiness and stuff because they become thieves. After they come up and hang out in their little tents here, which are, in this particular case, apparently mountain climber tents, and I'm not sure how any of this is working. This is like the most defiant physics thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life. This campfire is built into the side of the mountain. This barrel is not attached to anything, just jutting out, and I'm not even going to point out what that looks like from the right angle, because, I mean, well, that's just poor humor. If you have a dirty enough mind, you can get it. If you too have a dirty mind, you too can benefit from these jokes. But I had a bandit camp that spawned up here. It was here. There's still the spot from it right here. It still hasn't got covered back up with grass yet. But yeah, the bandit camp spawned right here, and well, my guards couldn't get to it. Also, the outlaws couldn't get to it because, I mean, they can't walk up that naturally. There's not a pathway any place up this hillside over here where they can walk up that naturally. In no way can they possibly reach that in any natural form because of the way that the game works. So I had to go over and build this ladder all the way up this cliffside in order to make the shit work. Now there's this damn thing here, and I'm so confused by this. I want to see how my guards are going to handle that. I think it's cool that the guards, you don't have to like tell them to go out and do anything or anything like that. They go out and they just do it every once in a while. It's like eventually the guards group up and they get a bug up their ass and go out and take out the bandit settlements. So, this area in particular has been giving me all kinds of hell. If you haven't noticed, it's pretty much my farming area. I have a little farming town over here in the background, a couple little sacred sites, pagan worship sites. These are also a part of a mod in, I think it's just like the pagan worship mod or something like that. They're very, very, very cheap. They're very good for early game. They're very good for small places and stuff of that nature. They look good and they fit very well with the aesthetics of the game, if you ask me overall. I think they're great and fantastic. And they're a great cost-saving measure versus going around and building little churches all over the damn place. Now, you're probably thinking, man, these houses look a little bit strange. Well, this is a hospital. This is a small hospital. And here, let me pull up the UI. You will notice that it is the Pill Farm. I think that's hysterical. Being named the Pill Farm. I felt like it was the suitable thing over here in the farming community to have a pill farm, little run-of-the-mill small town doctor's office that just been prescribing everyone in this area with Oxycontin, And, hey, the farmer's life is hard. Okay? I lived out in rural Ohio for a long time. I know the farmer's life is hard. I wasn't a farmer, but I was well aware. I helped on a lot of farms. So, summer jobs. But, anyhow. So that's a thing. And that is a part of the Plague mod, if I remember correctly. I want to say, son of a bitch, I have my lighter and then I lost it again. I'm the lighter losingest mofo you'd ever meet in your life. Okay. So, anyhow, this is part of the Plague mod. Nifty. Each one of these buildings provides, if I remember correctly, 10 villager unwell housing. So what happens when they catch the plague is they get the job, basically, of being unwell. Well, when they're unwell, what they do is they make the trek all the way back to the village center. And they just stand there. Or they make the trek back to their homes. And they just stay there. Unless you have a hospital. Then they go to the hospital. Well, the more doctors you have at a hospital, the more sick they can actually cure, and the better off you will be overall. At least I'm pretty sure that that's the way that the mechanic works, because I'll show you the big hospital and I'll explain the revisions to the big hospital that I've had to do over the course of this plague. Because the big main hospital in the main city's gone through 3 different revisions. So you'll notice that these might look like the pagan worship fountain over here, which this is actually the smallest version of the pagan worship place you can get. But anyhow, these look like the pagan worship fountain. They are not. They are duck ponds. This is a part of the poultry and vegetable mod. You can see the vegetables in the background. It has a sister mod, or brother mod, whichever, what have you, which I will go and show you here in a moment. It's what the cows are involved with and the sheep are a part of, and so on. And these hay bales as well. Ugh. Sorry, I had a hair stuck to me. Right now you will notice that I am currently experiencing a lack of poultry, apparently, because I don't have any geese here. I don't have any chickens here. However, I do have 400 worth of poultry, and I got 85 worth of eggs. I knew it was a glitch. I knew it. I did something a little bit ago, like before I quit playing last time, that involves those three things, and I'll explain that here later. I should say shortly. So, there's the hay fields over here. Each one of these hay fields employs one worker. Each one of the workers has a small area. Let me go to the territory or zoning area. Each one of those has a small area that they can cover with the hay field. I had to get a little bit spicy with my design of what hay fields exactly go where in order to make it all kind of work together and such of that nature, and I think that there's one that's still kind of a little bit jacked up. Like, I think that this hay field actually is doing this section over here, but other than that, the rest of it is all pretty much right next to it. This ended up providing a pretty nice little area for just that. I love the livestock mods. I like the way that they work and stuff. My main issue that I have with it, and it's something that I'm put in a comment on the mods website on mod.io, that I would like the hay stacks to be upped from 1 workers to 3 workers. So that way you don't have to have as many of them, you know? It would be effectively just the same amount of workers and stuff. It would just make it less of a pain in the ass to make the field layout be a thing. And it's not really a game-breaking thing. I still like the mod. I still love the mod. It still looks great. And in fact, having it done like this, it looks very aesthetically pleasing. I like the way that it looks with all the different little haystacks and stuff like that around there, but it is kind of a pain in the ass to organize when it comes to actually planting the fields. That's all. Or getting them set up to plant. But once you have them set up, I mean, you're good to go, I suppose, but whatever. It's just one of those ease of access sort of deals. Small complaint, nothing major. Well, anyhow, you need the hay fields in order to get the hay resource. Each one of them provides 50 hay per harvest, I do believe, and the hay resource gives you stuff for, let me turn off the zoning tool here, gives you stuff to breed animals and stuff. In your animal pens, you have multiple different ways of getting animals in this and livestock in this. You have the pens for the sheep farms and for the cattle farms and shit. You have these actual small little breeding pens and stuff. And then on the back side of this, you can see I also have a couple of milking pens and a couple of slaughtering pens. Also, part of this mod is dung collectors. So they have the unfortunate shitty job of going around and doing just that, which is collecting all the shit. And that's another necessary thing, because they produce waste as a byproduct of the slaughtering process and the milking process and all that stuff, because it effectively eliminates that sheep resource. It effectively eliminates the sheep resource, and thusly you don't have it anymore. That's just one of the byproducts from it. Yeah, you get the resource from it, the sheep is eliminated, and you get the byproduct resource, which is the dung. However, you do use the dung resource in the vegetable farms, because it's all designed to work together. So, with vegetable farms, they require the dung resource in order to actually have their plants grow more efficiently, I think, or grow at all, actually, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it requires 1 compost. So, yeah, they require the dung in order to fulfill their need to actually grow vegetables and stuff. So it's all designed to work together. But it's kind of a pain to set up if you're trying to set up this massive, great big area way over here off to the side, with the need for security involved. Basically, I'll put it this way, that this over here is a project that, like, just this little section right here is a project that took me like a day and a half in of itself just to get it all functioning correctly, because I was having such a major issue with security over here and getting my workers and stuff for my security to actually come over here and patrol and do what they're supposed to do and shit. That all of my workers that I was sending over here in order to do their jobs and shit would end up leaving their fucking jobs before they would actually do the stuff and go off and be outlaws. So I had a mass influx of outlaws, and I almost crashed my city at one point. This city has had significant growing pains. Very, very significant growing pains. But I've been able to keep it steady. This here is a trading post, which I'm preparing to build. I haven't quite got the funds for it just yet. I'm preparing to build it. You may notice I have these little keeps pretty much everywhere, with subsequent towers branching out from them in different directions and such. And then I have a couple of small towers here and there placed off out in the distance and shit, basically, you know, like small outpost towers. Well, these outpost towers aren't really supposed to be a thing. I figured out how to build these by janking up the build limit modifier, basically, for the game. Because you're only supposed to be able to build these towers within a certain distance of each other, which is about yay far. Well, if you have 2 of these buildings, you can essentially walk them as you're going. Take one, place it down, take another one, walk it in front of that one, place it down, grab the one that you previously placed and walk it in front of it, and go so on and so forth, and you can place these towers basically where the hell ever you want to on the map within that radius. Now, that's cool, And you can also do that with the keeps as well. You need the keeps in order to rehabilitate prisoners. They kind of work as like the jail, so to speak. The towers and stuff, however, are simply to provide security to your populace, and then there's guard gather points like these that your guards will go and gather there, and then they'll go off and find outlaws and such. And they're also the ones that go and patrol. Your other guards that are in the keeps, or rather in the towers, they will also patrol, but they only will to a small degree. Typically, they'll just go to the tower. The towers by themselves don't actually provide much of an additional security buff, but if you add a door to them, it adds, if I remember correctly, it adds 2 additional security guards per tower. So that's a thing. But yeah, wheat or hay fields. I almost have all of these fully accounted for here. Now they can be, actually, come to think of it. But anyway, I almost have all of these working and functional. Thank God. And after that, I should be producing plenty of food for my people, which has been the most recent struggle. I'm finally getting pretty good wheat come in, finally getting some pretty good flour come in, finally getting some pretty good corn resource come in. Corn over here is also another mod. It behaves just like wheat. You have to dedicate a flour mill particularly just for it. However, other than that, it functions exactly like wheat. It makes flour just like wheat, and it just looks ever so slightly different, and it has a different building that it comes from. But everything else is the exact same as wheat, which is kind of cool, but kind of lame. This here, Barley, Bread, and Gruel. This is a early game mod that I found, and it can be helpful in late game too, as far as that goes, for some of your more basic resources. It allows you to make barley fields off from it. It has its own modular mill system that comes with it. And then it also has a small little bakery that comes with it for your marketplace, and a gruel vendor as well. Both the bakery and the gruel vendor make their own products there at the vendor's place to sell said products. So you're probably going to want to have multiple of them here and there throughout your city. I haven't attached any of those vendors to this particular place, but I plan to once I get it online and operational. This is something that I just recently did, and I haven't gotten it operational just quite yet. So as you can see, there isn't anyone working there. I'm still working on trying to get the damn sheep farm operational. Here, let me unpause this for a second. Now, if I hit edit building, trying to explain the security mod here a little bit. Hit edit building, I'll go ahead and pause it while all of those are up. You can see that puts a badge above everything. Well, I wish that there was an easier way of doing this too, by the way. I wish that for this mod, there should be an ease of access little button that it puts someplace that you can click on it, and it shows your available security in the area and what the security forces are doing and such. These great big pluses in the sky are the actual towers and stuff, and or the Constable's Keep. The Constable's Keep has a major big plus up above it, whereas these have like medium size but still big pluses up above it. And then there's a bunch of these little pluses here and there, and the little pluses are areas that are also providing additional security through the guards and such. They're places that were recently visited by guards, and they're little patrol points here. This little area, little arrows, is different patrol points. So when a guard comes and stands at that patrol point, it provides security to all that in that little small area. That's why there's a whole freaking slew of them. I put down the vast majority of these prior to putting down the actual guard towers, but still, you get the general idea of it. And there's patrol points all over the city, literally all over the city, massively. I very much so wish that I would have known a little bit more about the way that this game works. Or not rather so much the way that the game works, but the way that some of these mods work. Prior to starting this. But that's kind of what the city was figuring out things anyway. So, it's not really that big of a loss. Hello, kiddo. What are you on about?
What am I on about?
Yep.
Man. I'm on about a bit of carpet.
You're on about 1.5 foot of carpet?
Maybe.
Maybe some floorboards under it?
I'm on about 2 feet of carpet.
Oh!
Because I have 2 feet.
2 left feet of carpet. So I'm taking the grand tour of my city here for the folks on Twitch. With my nasty, laggy, god-awful mess of a city with almost 1,300 people, 1,300,000 people. Man, that would be really impressive.
Yeah.
I wish that this game could handle that. Like City Skylines and shit. I don't even think City Skylines would have a really easy time handling 1,300,000 people. What do you want?
She's the wog.
She don't even like me.
She don't even like any of us, and yet here she is, being all sweet and lovable.
Yeah, I've had the Tuckety over here cuddling with me all day. He slept there.
I believe it. He's a cool fart.
Miss Woggins, you are really a distraction right now.
I was loving on the Tuckety. I think it was yesterday, and I told him that I don't get love on him much because he's always laying over there. With
Right.
you, on the other side.
Right.
I can't reach
And
him.
now he is over here laying over on this side, so you can't get the references.
I get love on my old man.
But so here's my market nightmare that I've made over on this side. Have I even showed you this shit yet, Edward?
What?
My market nightmare that I made over here? Like, I got little markets placed all over the place through here.
Yeah.
Well,
I know about the ghost of the cabbage cart guy, but...
right, there is the SCP, which is the cabbage, unfortunately. And I told you that I talked to the mod creator about that, right?
No.
Yeah, I did talk to him about it, and I told him, I was just like, hey man, got a glitch in the one city with your one vegetable cart that if I delete the vegetable cart, it kind of crashes my game. I can delete everything else with it, but that one vegetable cart's just sitting there with a giant middle finger going, nope, you ain't getting rid of me.
Did you say that there was no one running it,
Yes.
no way to hire people, because it says people are running it, and it is both simultaneously filled with products and has no products to sell, right?
Okay, it is not simultaneously filled with products. There was a couple of products there. So this is the vegetable cart in question. This one little lowly vegetable cart. This vegetable cart was originally attached to a vegetable farm that was over here that I have recently repurposed. The vegetable farm, as you can see, I was able to totally and completely delete. There's a freeform farm over here and a couple of the singular vegetable plots over here. Well, this cart, 1 of 1 market tender assigned, 0.50 capacity, 0 vegetables. Click on it. Assigned. No villager available.
Unemployed.
And yeah, no villager available under the unemployed or assigned. So there's somebody that's attending it, but is also simultaneously not attending it at all. They haven't brought any vegetables to the cart. The vegetables have not once been sold from this cart because naturally no one's brought any to him. So how the fuck can you sell vegetables to anybody from a cart that has never gotten vegetables from it?
And you divide by 0.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly.
You can't divide
with something you don't have.
Well, it's actually, yeah, you can divide 0 into something. You can't divide something into nothing.
Precisely.
There's no customers, so I mean,
Right.
0 divided by 0 either way.
Right. Well,
That's math talk.
right. I thought it was originally maybe a placement issue, and I was going to take it and fucking delete it and move it someplace else. I went to delete it and the damn thing crashed my game. And I was like, well, okay, maybe I won't delete it then. I mean, it's just a little itty bitty vegetable cart. It's not like it's taking up a lot of room. It's not like it's really in the way of anything, so I'm just going to leave it. If nothing else, it looks nice and aesthetically pleasing. Right. It reminds me of the cabbage cart, the fabled cabbage cart of Avatar: The Last Airbender series.
And so I joke that it's his ghost haunting that particular cabbage cart.
Yes. And
Standing right there, you didn't hear me yell EJ 3 times?
You act like we fucking listen to you.
Sorry, but did you need me? Oh, you wanted me to do coffee for you.
Yeah, because I'm full of shit.
But, no, I didn't hear you either.
That's alright. That's why I came out. I figured you'd have answered me if you heard me. Right now, the only thing that seems to be settling in my stomach is coffee.
Huh, of all things.
So,
Weird.
well, I haven't puked it up yet.
Yeah, Pat was sick last night, and part of the reason why I didn't do this last night. So, yeah. Because me and Mom were originally going to conduct a tour of the city here. But... as you can see, I have a massive horde of folks that are just kind of still chilling in my village center. And the vast majority of them are poor, unfortunate guards. Because all of my guards are still newcomers. Like, I haven't promoted any of my guards yet. And that's going to be problematic. Because my city don't have a whole lot of room left to grow necessarily when it comes to the inner city areas. So I'm trying to get rid of a couple of the industry areas in the city and move them so that I can have additional industry or additional housing and shit. Like, currently I am working on moving the stone industry and stuff so I no longer get the pollution effect from it. which I found out that the game only kinda sorta cares about that effect also, but, you know, it is what it is. So, anyhow, yeah, there's a glimpse of my main city. I'll come through and explain everything there still. Cattle farm, pretty much the same thing as the sheep farm is. Close the UI. Pretty much the same thing the sheep farm is, just makes cattle instead of sheep, obviously. A couple of bakeries over here. When I was running short on bread production, I also figured it was suitable considering the wheat and cornfields are over here. Oh, I'm getting some little bit of lag, must have auto-saved. And then there is this really, 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 really nifty mod right here. And I got a couple of these throughout the city. This is a warehouse mod that allows for the modular building and placement of warehouses, which also involves granaries, of course. A couple of different forms of granaries, actually. And, you know, different sizes, shapes. A couple of the buildings provide multiple sections of said warehouse and or granary. So you can store mass amounts of products at these facilities if you wish. Which is great. It's probably one of the better and more useful mods that I have found on their on the mod loader and stuff in game. All of these mods can be found at the mod loader that is in game mod loader. You don't have to go to mod.io to get any of them or anything like that. Just that's where you find out the information for the mods. So pretty much all of them are compatible with one another if the game, if your game can handle it and your computer can handle it. Pretty much every single one of the mods is compatible with one another, which is also absolutely incredible for a game like this. I think a lot of it, because most of it doesn't edit anything in-game necessarily. If you have multiple things that like overlap on editing worker counts or something of that nature at any particular building, that would affect it. I could see where that would affect it, absolutely. And that would cause conflicts and so on, but everything else is pretty much compatible with each other because it all adds new content to the game rather than editing existing content. Now, there is a small exception to this, because if I click on these houses and stuff, when it comes to editing in-game content and stuff, you can see workers. What's all this then? So, there is a mod that allows you to add workers to any of your like second tier and above buildings per se. You can use them for multiple different things. When I say multiple different things, I mean multiple different things. There are lots of different things you can use these buildings for. You use them to gather berries, you can use them to gather wood, you can use them to plant trees, you can use them to grow apples, bake bread, make cheese, make wool and cloth. They can sew some clothes together, make some furniture, hunt some game, grow some beans, or you can also grow some cabbage. These are all the great, wonderful, wonderful things that you could do with your new houses. The mods for this game are glorious. And I don't know why I have apparently Poop River going on over here. This river has devolved into a mudslide. kind of funny because it looks like the city is just heavily polluting the river and not giving two shits about it. And it's kind of funny because this river over here takes on various different shades of color over the course of looking at it. And it has over the course of this city's development. At first it was green. Then it went to like red, black for a while and kind of looked like lava and looked like lava from certain angles. Now it's kind of like brown, dark brown, black and brown. That was kind of a cool effect. Here, where was that at? That one was just at like the perfect angle and it was crazy looking. It was like a starburst effect. Anyway, ADD is getting to me apparently. Wanted to show you this magnificent church that we scrolled over here a moment ago. Slightly reminiscent of a crab. This church has seen lots and lots of use. I like it. It's one of my more recently completed build projects in the city. It has stained glass up here, which is also a part of another mod to add stained glass into different buildings and such. There are a lot of really cool stained glass designs and such in that. And I highly recommend looking it up. And of course dropping the creator a like. Now, that's something I just went through and did the other day. Went through and made sure that I liked every single one of the mods that I have loaded onto it. Since they all work together and everything runs pretty good and well and flawlessly and shit, I don't see a reason why not to like them. It's fantastic. I understand there's a creator Discord that a lot of them talk to each other on and such of that nature. So, I mean, it's kind of understandable in that way. I just realized how incredibly uneven the roof of this place is. Can you imagine being the poor bastard that had to redo the tiles on this place?
Quick question.
What's up?
This for me?
Yeah. Chocolate peanut butter cup.
There's another one in there too.
Yeah, it's for Pat. He never ate his.
Okay. Do I know which one's which?
They're the same.
Oh, they're the same.
6 one way, half dozen the other.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you got.
So this area through here was originally my forestry area. I had taken this area, I had several reforestry places through here. I'd reforested the area and I was using it for lumber milling basically. Well, it's recently also been repurposed and converted over into a housing community basically. I have a mod that allows me to do placeable houses as well. However, I'm not using it. At least I've used it in a area to see if it would work, but I'm not using it basically because I like the natural development of the houses myself. I like to watch them naturally develop. The building of them and such, and the placeable houses, I can see where it would have its uses, but it's not necessarily something that I'm gonna die without. It was this little area right up here that I made placeable housing. Whew, pardon me. Ooh, hiccups. And there's some of these houses that are actually kind of occupied. I mean, 25 of 50 people live there. There's only a couple of these houses that aren't currently being used. I think it's this one that's currently not in use. Or at least it's not fully in use. So, if nothing else, it's at least seeing use. And that I'm happy about. But I tried to stay with the kind of typical layout of what this game offers in the natural development of houses. So I just kind of randomly placed them to see what would happen. And that's what happened. I did have a small texture glitch that happened with the one house. For whatever reason, the foundation of it, funny enough, the actual foundation of it didn't do its thing. So this house is just floating there, being supported by its not so stable door. And it seems like this house over here also is suffering from the exact same disability where it doesn't have a foundation. Oh look, this house is as well floating. So we have several houses over here that are floating, but it's whatever. The game kind of does that from time to time, you know? It be like that sometimes. It really do be like that. Now we're starting to get into the real inner city stuff. We started out in the countryside and we're now working into the inner city. Taking it from the most recently developed land to the older, more ragtag developed land, which is all just one great big conjunction of shite. But I must go use the restroom for a brief moment. I will be right back. Sorry, that kind of came on a little bit suddenly. It was just like, psst, hey, you really, really need to use the restroom, like, right now. I hate that. It's annoying. So, anyhow, starting to get into the inner city stuff now. You can see here is my first rustic church that I built. Pretty nice little place. I very much so dig it. Lots of bell towers. It makes a very interesting chime when it starts actually doing its notes and stuff, because you can go in, you can actually select what tones they're actually making, what sounds they're making, what delay they're playing at. You can change all that stuff. If you don't change it, however, it's fairly nicely randomized depending on the size of the towers that you make and so on and so forth. Well, with the variety in the size of the towers that I have, it makes for a very, very, very pleasant sound, actually, and it really does, God honestly, sound like church bells from a major church. like, oh, there's a certain bell sound effect from a game, and I want to say that it was Warcraft 3, maybe? That kind of sounded a little bit like church bells, like big church bells or town city bells. Town hall bells, rather. Town city bells, that's the... that deserves a forehead smack. Dumbass. Anyway, town hall bells. It's just a very nice cadence of bells overall, and I'm just very proud of the way that the church showed out, or turned out and stuff. It looks very nice, and it functions very nicely as well. Oh, and it's kind of crazy how at the end of the week, or at the end of the month, typically, pretty much every single one of my churches will have be at full capacity. They'll have been used extensively. As I have stated prior, I am in the process of converting a lot of the industry area over here into residential areas. That includes the stonemason. The stonemason here was the original stonemason I had for the city. The original sawmill for the city, the original forester for the city. Like, all this stuff and through here was all stuff that I placed down in the early development of the city, which also includes the entertainment buildings over on this side, but I haven't got to those quite yet, so I'll explain to those here in a minute. They're part of a different mod. If I remember correctly, the pottery and the kiln is also part of a mod itself, as well as the thatcher and the roof thatcher and its subsequent areas are also a part of a mod as well. I think it's all in conjunction with the same mod packs and stuff that the poultry mod's a part of, and the livestock mods are also a part of. I know he has a big major mod pack that you can just download all of his mods all at the same time, but I have them all downloaded individually. I wasn't aware of the mod pack at the time. I was downloading them individually, and I didn't want to go back, undownload them, and then download the pack, because that would just be kind of dumb. But anyhow. But yeah, I'm in the process of repositioning all this stuff and moving it when the game started to crash and break on me. Here's my city hall, my Lord Manor. I have a slightly wiggly thing here that's going on, but no matter. It happens when buildings get placed too close together. It's just, it's one of those things you don't expect, but yet here it is. Oh, it's silly. Town halls. Town halls have gotten some increased functionalities, and that is due to a mod called the Authority mod. Now, if you've never used this authority mod, it makes expanding your city a fucking nightmare in the early game. It was something I was struggling with a while back. I was trying to figure out exactly how I was to expand my city. You know? I was kind of having a what the fuck moment, because it used to be, you know, that you expand it through coins. You get 50 coins, that's how you buy a chunk of land, and you have a subsequent tax that you pay per term period, on said land of, like, I think it's 10 gold pieces or whatever. 10 coinage. What are you doing, Tuck? He's like, I don't know, I'd be an old. Oh, poor old man. I readjusted myself, so he had to readjust himself. But anyhow, so the new system of how to get additional lands and such with this authority mod is that you need to have the crowns, the authority currency in game in order to actually purchase anything. Well, one of the only ways of really getting that said authority and stuff, particularly in early game, is by building a Lord Manor. And at first it's fairly slow. However, because virtually every single job in the Lord Manor gives you a form of that currency, and I apparently need to assign a bailiff, but every single position in the Lord Manor gives you some form of that crown currency. The more of them you have, the more money you're going to get, obviously. Or the more crowns you're going to get, the more authority you're going to get, the more you're going to be able to expand. It's a great mod, honestly. I love it. It's fantastic. It adds the lady and the lord, of course, to the city as well. And, you know, naturally with there being a lord and a lady, there also had to be a princess. There had to be a princess. So, what did I do? I took and made a princess. Well, the princess is up here. And actually, I haven't had a princess assigned. I just had the tower up here just chilling by itself for a long period of time now. But, you know, there's a princess that can be a thing, too. It's pretty funny. I have another tower up on the cliffside that I will point out here shortly. But this was the original tower by its lonesome up on the cliffside. It's not by itself anymore, but originally it was all by itself in the early game. Obviously, I've expanded out quite considerably up here since then, and I'm building another church up here as well, but I haven't got around to actually building it because I don't have the coins for it quite yet. I'm afraid to actually build it at this point. I don't know how the game's going to behave. I'm afraid that the game's just going to freaking go and die. Because that's just kind of the point that I'm reaching at this point with this game. So, anyhow. So, Lord Manor. Nice, pretty place. It's kind of a jumble of different stuff here and there. I just kind of placed a bunch of the cores together and a bunch of the stone extensions together and so on and so forth, and it worked out. It worked out. There's some of it that's a little bit on the underground side over here, and it's kind of built into the hillside over here like it's a bunker. So, you know, if there's any tornadoes or anything like that comes through here, they happen to get hit with a bomb or some shit like that, they should be okay if they go back here and protect themselves in some form or another with like a mattress or some shit. They should be alright. Also, part of that mod, I'm not sure if it's part of that mod or part of the warehouse mod, but it very well could be a vanilla game thing I just overlooked in the OG thing. But there's also little storage areas that are available for your Lord Manor as well. The storage areas store certain things. You can set them to be what those things you want to be assigned there, basically. And it makes it more convenient for your other workers in the facility to do their jobs as well. So it's a nice little thing that they got going on. And of course I had to give them a little garden out here, out back, a little garden shed over here. And there's gardeners that run around and do stuff. And each one of the gardeners also provided an additional amount of authority. And yeah, that's cool as well. Fuel. Fuel is definitely a thing. And this is a charcoal burner. I'm unsure if that is something that is in base game or not. Pretty sure that it's not. And pretty sure that the fuel mechanic is not something that is in base game, period. But it is a need that you get with your serfs and above. If I remember correctly, like your commoners or your commoners or perhaps your citizens, I think it's your citizens require like 2 fuel points. And your commoners only require like 2 goods points or something like that. And the citizens require 2 goods, 2 fuel, and a luxury item, as well as like fucking 3 individual pieces of food or something of that nature. I'll put it this way, I don't have any citizens in my city. My city is actually fairly low tech at this point, not gonna lie. And it's something that I've been struggling with, attempting to escape, is the low-techness of my city. If we go to the States here, pardon me, I'm freaking drowning apparently. Ooh, actually, there's a trade bonus could unlock both labor and clergy trade bonus. That could actually be nice for me right now, actually. But any of the stuff that's unlocked with citizens, I haven't unlocked it yet. I don't have the monastery yet, and thusly I don't have the, I do believe it's the Gothic Church mod that comes into effect at the same position that the monastery does, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I don't have it either. And that's something that I'm working towards actually achieving. So considering that I have these to unlock, I think I'm going to do that. I'll go ahead and unlock these trade bonuses here. So that way I can get some additional fundage. So, entertainment mod. That involves the barber shop, a bathhouse, which is the cleaner mod here, and brothel. It also involves this little fucking tower thing here, which serves little to no purpose. That is nothing more than a treasury right now. It's I don't know, dude. This tower is fucking weird. I don't understand what the purpose of this tower is. Apparently it's supposed to be able to function as your bailiff's office, but why would you have the tower or the keep extension here, number one, be a part of this mod? I don't know. Maybe I'm just way overthinking it, and maybe that was its direct point and purpose, and I'm just kind of retarded with it and didn't make it a part of the keep. And it's just kind of out on its lonesome, which is also kind of cool, really. I mean, it's not that it doesn't look good there, really, in a way, but it's just kind of strange placement. Because if it is... Well, the keep extension is this thing off the back over here. So... What? I think it was a matter of the keep didn't do anything. Like, it houses up to 3 villagers. And that's it. Like, it doesn't have any other function other than a small amount of villager housing. I think that that's what it was. And then the keep extension off the back has a little... It has a treasury thing that you can put in it, or a bailiff's office thing that you can put in it. I'm wondering if maybe you could have, like, taken and placed them in, like, a square formation, perhaps, and then, like, maybe put your barber shop and your brothel and your bathhouse and all that stuff inside that area, maybe? I mean, that would have been kind of cool. Something I might do the next time that I do this. Now that I know a little bit more about how it works and stuff, but I don't know. Because basically, this city was nothing more than a test. Overall, this city was nothing more than a test of me trying to figure out how the hell all of my mods actually work with one another. And the amount of management and stuff like that I had to do in order to make them all work with one another and make the city a successful bastardization of what an actual city really is. Which actually ended up being a pretty functionally accurate little medieval town in a lot of different ways. Which is hysterical. The only thing it's missing it is missing is having just shit all over the streets, just literal piles of shit everywhere. Now, I could make that happen with the dung heaps, but that's kind of a little unnecessary for aesthetic reasons. Anyhow, so I was talking about the hospital and how this here is the main hospital. As you can see, I've lovingly named it the VA hospital because it was having issues with treating its patients and such. So I had to make it, have a real world parallel, and one that I know all too far well about the inner workings of. Even though I am not a military vet, I do partake in the care of a military vet, so I am very, very, very well aware of the implications of what it is like dealing with the VA and what it is like for families and such who deal with the VA. But anyhow, so I had to aptly name it the VA hospital. So, like I said, it's gone through 3 total revisions. The first version of it was a singular little hospital area up here. The big buildings provide physicians. They provide doctors, okay? Each one of them provides 2 doctors. Each one of the smaller buildings is housing, or this one isn't, this is a cheesemaker, okay? But anyhow, Each one of the small buildings provides 10 housing for each individual who is ill, as I previously said. So, the first version of it that I had was a singular hospital and a couple of little rooms and stuff over here, singular buildings for unwell patients. Only had 2 doctors grand total. I had a 1.5 version where I kind of sort of expanded both the first hospital a little bit and also created the secondary hospital in conjunction with one another. So the 1.5 was I put another building here, I put another building here for unwell housing, and then I put another building here as a hospital for an additional 2 physicians. So that gave the original hospital 4 grand total physicians and about, I think it was 60 grand total housing for sick. Now, that was okay, but it worked for a little bit. It worked for a couple few ticks in the time and game and stuff. But we eventually experienced a little bit of overflow, but that was okay because I was starting to build my secondary hospital off to this side. Well, the secondary hospital initially only comprised of just this little area right here. And actually, this building was not a part of it, but it was just these original couple of buildings here. These original, let's see, that's 6 buildings grand total. 6 buildings for housing unwell anyway, and 7 if you also include the physician's place. But I added on an additional building here later when I conjoined all of the hospitals into one major network hospital. So that worked for quite some time, having just the 2 standalone hospitals. This one, if it would get overflown and overswamped, they would direct the overflow over to this hospital. All the sick would come here, and then they would take care of them as best they could. And the process was slower taking care of them here, but they had less people, so it kind of worked out. They'd be getting rid of their people just about the same time that the plague event would be over, and they'd be getting rid of their people as well over here. And like I said, it worked out for quite a considerable amount of time. Well, then I had 3 consecutive plague events that happened in my city, each one of them getting progressively worse. And with the more people you have, the worse it's going to be. It's not necessarily that the event is set up to be worse, it's just that the population spreads it amongst themselves. So therefore, if the event takes place and you have a bunch of population that's just standing there, they're pretty much all going to get sick. Or the chances of them pretty much all getting sick is elevated anyhow. I mean, go figure, just like the coronavirus, right? Sorry, I'm not supposed to say that. It's like the pandemic that we had happen recently. The pandemic, ladies and gentlemen. Because, dear God, we're not supposed to call it by its fucking name, right? Can't incite panic. Can't do that. Can't do that, you know. Sorry, I'm so sick and tired of all this fucking shit when it comes to that I could scream, but, you know. Anyway. So, and it's hysterical. I'm sorry, now I'm on a kick about that. It's kind of hysterical how I've had a couple few real life parallels while playing this. I cannot talk today. Words are fucking hard. But I've had a couple of real life parallels while playing this. And I don't know, I just, thinking about it, it's kind of funny in a way. So, anyhow, basically version 2.5 of the secondary hospital was taking, and I expanded out from here over to here, because here was originally the area that I had my cattle farms at, and it wasn't working up here. I don't know what the hell I was thinking necessarily, but I had 3 cattle pens and several slaughterhouses and a couple of milking farms. I didn't understand why it wasn't working correctly and why I never had the hay resources for it. Well, I went and I looked it up, and you're supposed to have approximately 3 to 5 hay fields going per cattle area. I had like 2. So, of course, it's not going to work. It's going to work, but in small increments sort of deals. So I went on ahead, and that's when I decided that it needed to be moved and how this project initially got started, actually. But, anyhow, so, yeah, I went ahead, got rid of a bunch of that stuff, and expanded out the hospital over here, put some additional sick rooms and stuff for housing sick people. I came over here, there's actually a couple of additional rooms hidden here down the way. I think that I did as like a last second overflow measure because I was still having issues with it. And then I completely and totally destroyed the original hospital and rebuilt it with additional actual hospital facilities, which are the larger buildings that provide the doctors. So now I got 20 grand total physicians to 200 sick people, which is about 10 people per physician, and that's at maximum capacity. So realistically, in real life, as far as I know, most doctors are under way more weight than that, particularly in current times. So I think it's a pretty reasonable measure, actually. And so far it has quite successfully been taking care of my sick people. Like this hospital here with the conjoined pill farm that I made over there, it's actually doing quite well. It's taking care of my sick very nicely. So here's the original keep and the original watchtower up next to the SCP, which is the cabbage cart over here. So this is the Brute Squad. Princess Bride reference, naturally. Never seen the Princess Bride? I highly recommend you look it up. This is comprised of this keep, these towers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and towers 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24-ish, and then this little area constable keep. So 24, 25-ish towers, and then this secondary keep over on this side. So there's 2 constable keeps and a whole slew of towers in my inner city. And that was once I figured out that I could actually expand with the tower system and put multiple keeps from one singular system. Or else I probably would have just kept one singular keep and just kept expanding out with the one singular keep, honestly. And it had different constables and stuff over just a great big massive network of different towers and constable keeps and shit. And that's probably what I'm going to do the next time that I go and do this, but as of now, I kind of can't do it with this one. I could, but it would be a huge, gigantic pain in the ass and probably end up breaking my game. So I don't really know about doing that with this game and this save file. Now that I know what I'm doing with this a little bit better, I am very, 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 very curious to see how the game would behave actually doing it correctly and knowing how it's to be done and so on, getting it done right, because there's different countermeasures that I can take to certain things now. Unfortunately, the way that the early game is set up, it's very 2D, I guess, and it drags you down a tutorial path. That's the only way that you can do it, is down that tutorial path. Otherwise, it doesn't unlock things. Well, when you follow said tutorial path to any particular degree, it's designed to set you up to start off with coins to buy land with said coins and not with authority. So it kind of puts you in a really, really, really tight position when it comes to actually expanding your city in the early game and really making very much so needed resources available to you in the early game. I think that there should be a small mechanic that they implement to the game that allows you to maybe buy authority as opposed to just getting it naturally over a period of time with your lord and lady and guards and various different lord manor jobs and all that stuff. It's just an idea. Nothing that needs to be capitalized on, just an idea, you know. But it's not, obviously it's not like it's not possible to do. It just makes it very, very, very long in order to do it. Very time consuming. Because this amount of growth in this game, I'm not going to lie, took me a considerable amount of time. I pretty much, like I said, all but disappeared from streaming for, it was 8 days that I disappeared off of the internet for, honestly, grand total. I wasn't feeling it. And, you know, you don't want to push yourself to do something, particularly when it's entertainment and stuff, when you're just not feeling it. Well, it makes for bad content, and you being angry and upset with the world, and then that leaking over into what your content is, and then you make content that's also angry and upset with the world. And now that can sometimes be funny, but it's also in a lot of different ways just highly depressing to a lot of different people. Anyhow, so yeah, security mod. It's a really nifty thing. Pain in the ass, but it's cool. I like it. It definitely adds a significant amount of challenge to the game. The authority mod, same thing. Pain in the ass, but it's cool. I like it, and it adds a nice challenge to the game. It pretty much, that's how it went with all of the mods. that I downloaded is, oh god, this is such a pain in the ass, but I fucking love it. And anyone that's a fan of management games like I am, I'm sure that they can sympathize with that feeling all too well. God, this is such a fucking horrible pain in the ass. I love it. I want to play it some more. Now, something I feel like since we have looked at it already, I need to point out the elephant in the room. This crazy ass wild fucking bridge that has seen a grand total of maybe 2 or 3 people walk across it in foot traffic. This is supposed to be a covered bridge from the covered bridge mod V3. This is the large bridges. In particular, anyway. The large bridge. And this bridge has come to kind of, hilariously enough, pretty much function as a market in the market alone. So, I have a mass forestry industry area down here, which I'll show you in a moment, and some tree people lived over here, which is also another part of my mod, but I do believe literally just called tree people. But anyhow, so, yeah, there's a whole bunch of shops all across this bridge. And, sorry, I'm dying, I'm trying not to die. I took a drink, and I'm joking. Damn it. There we go. I just smacked my mic too, so pardon me on that. ASMR, mic smacking. Like, hello. Hello in there. You guys home? I have no idea how loud that really was because I really legitimately just barely tapped the very bottom base of my mic. I didn't actually even like tap on the mic. I'm not that foolish. I do know that the motherfucker's sensitive as hell, so you might not even have heard anything. Anyhow. So, anyway. Derp. Covered bridge, V3. It's basically just one giant market right now at this point. All the people swamping back and forth between this industry area that it runs from basically this side over here. From this covered bridge, which I didn't discuss and just kind of panned over last time. But this is a covered bridge, different style, same mod. That way you can get a glimpse at different styles of that the mod actually has to offer here. This one sees significant use. Like, this bridge is the most heavily used bridge I think I've ever created in Foundation, as funny as that is. It sees hundreds of villagers a day, if not maybe 1,000 or so villagers a day. Anyway, so this is the one style. You have the regular wooden sides with the green roof. I do believe there's also an option for a red roof and perhaps a blue roof as well. The actual covered part is done in sections, There's small sections for the small housing areas. And then there's larger sections, because these sections can be either done they can be either done up in housing, like level 2 housing, or they can be done up in level 1 housing, or they can be done up in various variety of shops. Like, for example, this one here, also, this, if you notice, is part of the covered bridge, but it's also a house that's off to the offshoot. It's an offshoot building of the covered bridge that has a, I'm sorry, but has a door that's 3/4 of the way into the ground, apparently. So, do they like get down on their hands and knees and crawl in there, I suppose? I mean, fuck it. It works, but shit. Kind of gnarly there, man. So anyway, yeah, that's part of the covered bridge mod, and there's one on the other side too, right there. And then there's the small housing that's actually a part of the bridge on either end, which I very much so like. I could see making a bridge that is nothing more than either of these parts, and it being very, very nice to look at. But I could also see you taking and making just a random mishmash of different parts and such all the way across the bridge, and it wouldn't look bad. I could see all different types of different ways of mashing these fucking things together, and they would look cool. But I did mine in the most simplistic way humanly possible, just for the sake of time, and because I wasn't doing it to be dramatic. I really actually wasn't even planning on showing this, but I decided otherwise. I decided that I kind of need to show you guys what I've been doing with my stupid little game. Trying to break the poor game of Foundation. Foundation didn't deserve this. Foundation wasn't ready for me. So, this here is my tavern, nice little tavern, selling some beer, selling some cider, getting some occupants, you know. It's not really doing great, it's not really doing bad, but it is most definitely doing its due. There's some doing that's doing the doodly do with that. But it's a pretty cool little place. Part of it's built down into the mountainside over on the backside over here. But I mean, I don't think that there's any extra parts to the tavern that I am overlooking that's a part of the mod. There might be, and if so, I'm sorry to the mod creator that I am totally and completely going biff over you. But yeah, that's a thing. That's my second tavern, by the way. This just went up recently in the gameplay. Couple of little stables here off to the other side. I tried to make them look at least somewhat realistic. You know, kind of trying to make them look a little bit cool. Got a couple of berry gatherers right there, which I'm probably going to get rid of here fairly soon, and move those to battery gatherers. Yeah, they're battery gatherers, guys. Like I said, words are hard. I cannot talk today. But I'm probably going to take these two berry gatherer huts and remove them and change over like a couple of the buildings over here to be berry gatherers, so that the foragers will take up jobs in those buildings. Chances are it's where they're living anyhow, but So the foragers will take up the jobs in those buildings, and it frees up space over here next to the actual berries themselves. Plus, it looks cooler that way. I mean, some of these places back in medieval times, I suppose they would have had some sort of maybe a little hut or a little work area or something of that nature if they were making something like alcohol or bread or, you know, something that was an actual foodstuffs product. But if you were just going out and getting wild berries or something of that nature, you wouldn't have been going out and building a little hut someplace unless it's like way, way, way out of the way, and then you're probably also going to at least part-time live there, like a hunting cabin per se. And that's what people did if there's a resource, a food resource that was way out of the way that they wanted to go and have a part in getting, was they would go and they'd make a hunting cabin or a gathering cabin, but it would be also a part-time place for them to live, you know? Well, the gatherer's hut in this particular game does not give that level of functionality. It'd be cool if it gave it that level of functionality, but it doesn't in this particular case. Now, there are several buildings that do have the functionality of also taking on occupants. Like, if I remember correctly, the butcher's hut over here. Maybe not. Nope. It does have dorm rooms in it. See, it has 10 of 10 dorm rooms. But this is a modded building, so that might be a part of the mod on the building. I am unsure of that. Still though, wow, they're definitely paying for themselves now. That's fucking great. It's fantastic, actually. Because originally I wasn't hardly getting any meat stuffs over here, and it was kind of getting a little bit poopy on the whole selling of meat. But, like, I'm virtually just now getting these farms actually up and online. I need the cattle and the vegetable farms to be online in order to have the pig farm online, because the pigs require a special type of food. That is the one major difference I have not explained so far when it comes to my farming property and stuff, because we haven't got here yet. Part of my industry area and such. The pigs require their own special type of food. They have an animal feed, which they produce with their own little silos. Little silo buildings off over here to the side. They have different feed silos. It requires wheat, it requires vegetables, it requires milk, and then it produces the feed product. Now this feed product is then used to get fed pigs. Well, the pigs are a massively valuable resource and quickly producing resource for meat stuff. So it's a highly valuable thing to have. And if you notice, I have a fairly small pig area in opposition to having a very vast and large farming area for my cattle and for my sheep. And my pigs, being literally right across the street from the butchers, are still able to keep up with the production. So they vastly outpace all of the other foodstuffs when it comes to production of meat products. but they're also kind of a late game item due to the fact that they're they're difficult to feed. It's difficult to come up with the feed for them, you know? Now, let's see here. I moved my clay stuff here recently. I originally had a bunch of clay deposits up there by the Thatcher's area and stuff, but I've recently moved them down to this area here, and I just recently actually staffed the clay deposits down here because I originally had plenty to last for a considerable amount of time. So I wasn't really too super concerned about it for a long time, and I didn't staff them. Well, then it became a sudden and dire concern, and I had to staff them again. But it's whatever. It's not like it affected anything really. Just kind of halted the construction on a couple of my houses for a moment or two. But with as many of them as I have, it was a quickly remedied issue. I have 4 kilns down here. I have 2 for pottery and 2 for production of clay tiles, if I remember correctly is what it was. Yeah, clay tiles. I have one of them producing with wood on the either side, and one of them producing with coal on either side. So there's coal and wood that's both going into this, as well as clay, in order to get a desired product. Well, I figured doing it that way, it would always be a continuous flow no matter what fuel source that I had most of available at whatever given time. That would be the best, most considerable way of getting it to function correctly, I guess. I also have, of course, a couple of fuel monger carts off to either side. Got the coal one over here, and I got the wood one over here. I got it backwards. This one's the coal one, this one's the wood one. My bad. They both have both in their little carts here, so it doesn't matter which one really you say. They sell different resources, but they both got both in the cart. Just saying, it's a little, a little funky. Can't really tell which one's which. Not a game-breaking thing, but kind of one of those, minor continuity error sort of deals. So this thing is an infinitely useful tool that I have found in my toolbox, the water crane. I am not 100% sure if it is a vanilla item or if it is a modded item. If it is a modded item, I am sorry to the creator for not giving you the credit that is due. I will go through and I will show some of the mods that I have here later, but like I said, I'll do that later. But anyway, this thing is freaking amazing. It provides water to your villagers. It provides a fish resource of a maximum cap of 50. And it also has the rather, I thought, low chance, but rather high chance, it would seem, of producing gems. Gems, which of course are used in the production of luxury resources such as jewelry. Majorly such as jewelry, which you can see I've just recently started the production on. I only got 50 right now. But anywho, yeah. So I got 4 gems that are just chilling here at this water crane waiting to get picked up and taken to a warehouse. And 12 fish that are just sitting here chilling. And the really, really, really cool thing about this is that it only takes one dude to man it. one dude. Now, the one downside to this is that they are kind of very, very, very picky on the placement of where you actually get to place the damn thing. Like some of the items that go jutting out into the water side, the placement on them is kind of a little bit lax unless you're working with like tight constraints in a certain area sort of deals. But for the most part, like if you're building on a beachfront, for example, the area you have to build on is pretty extensive, honestly. Well, with the water cranes, it's not so much that particular type of case. It's actually kind of sort of on the difficult side to find a spot to build the damn things, because they are very particular about where you build them. You need a beachfront that's damn near perfectly flat in order to build them in a spot. This coffee is just going right through me, guys. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Excuse me. Sorry about all that. That coffee, man. Good stuff. I like it. Tasty. Delicious. But you know, some occasions just don't really particularly care for me a whole lot. So, anyhow, yeah, water crane. It's a really, really, really nifty little tool. I very much so dig it. I think it's a modded item, but I'm not sure about that. It also has a really, really, really cool animation to it. It's one of the very few truly animated objects in the game. Most of the objects, they don't really do... Oh god, I'm being glued. Hi Lou, what's up bro? What's up my main man? My big homie. Don't lick my keyboard, you freaking tard. Big homie, Mr. Lewiston. But anyway, it's one of the few really truly animated objects in the game. Most of the game objects are not animated. They did that to attempt to lower usage and have less of an impact on your hardware, from the way I understand it. That way you can have a larger village and a larger settlement with your engine, or with the engine available and so on. But I mean, yeah, there's certain objects that you'll find in the game here and there that do have animations to them. A lot of them, however, do not. And that's the reason given. Anyhow, this one does have a very, very, very cool animation. So here, it's in the process of its animation, so let me unpause this for a second and we'll take a look at it. Well, I thought it was in the process of its animation. Apparently it's not in the process of its animation. It just stopped while it was backwards. This one is, though. Check that out. Like I said, it requires a very particular type of placement. However, there are some cases where you can still make it work. And this is one of those sort of occasions where you can make it work on a definitely not flat beachfront. I could have taken it and placed it over here too, for example, and it would have worked just as well. But basically, this has to not be blocked. The area that the bucket is actually dunking into has to also not be blocked, and then the person also has to have pretty good general access to the water, the wheel over here on this side as well. So, I mean, it's pretty simplistic stuff. It's just difficult to make it actually function in different areas for some reason. Anyhow, moving on from the water wheel, or from the water crane. Just a really nifty tool. I appreciate its existence. So, I have a harbor mod. You've already seen a couple of pieces of it here while we were looking at the beachfront. One being the small little lighthouses, like the harbor front lighthouses, which do have little lights in them, which is a pretty nifty little thing. I hadn't really looked at that up until just now, and sure enough, they really do have a little light in them. The little mirror contraption on it too, like a real lighthouse would. Huh. That's pretty cool. See a little mirror back there? That's pretty nifty. I never noticed that before. Yeah, the very well built, very well done mod by its creator. I love it. The little simplistic lighthouses look very, very nice. They very much so fit with what Foundation is. It's great. I love it. Then, of course, I have another one over on this side. Same model lighthouse and stuff like that. They don't have multiple different models, unfortunately. Multiple different versions of lighthouse, unfortunately. They got those two, and then they have a modular, buildable one that you can just make as tall as you fucking want, which is this damn thing over here, and I will show that to you here in a moment. Kind of see a little small glimpse of the Forest People village over here in the background. I'll show it to you here in a moment as well. Here's some of my hunting cabins, which that whole area is actually designated as hunting grounds, funny enough. Oh, I need to pause my game. Because, yikes. And I'm just now starting to bring security to that area as a total. This keep is not complete yet. It's not bounded in with the rest of the keep stuff. No, actually, I think it is. I take that back. I did bind this one with the, yeah. Okay, so all this keep stuff over here, and all the security stuff over here is an extension of the beachfront security that was originally already on the beachfront. You know what? This needs to be renamed. It needs to be renamed. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh dear. It's the Bay Watch. So yes, I am very well aware that it is typed incorrectly, but it's supposed to be to, avoid copyright conflicts and trademark conflicts. It's got to be the Watch, not watch. Watch. So it's Bay Watch. Oh, it's great. At least I cracked myself up anyway. Anyway. So, yeah. The extension of Bay Watch over here. That's going to cover my tree folk facility and stuff. But anyway, Harbor. Harbor's where I was at. That's what I was initially talking about. Here's the great big modular facility that comes with the Harbor V2 mod. As you can see, I have 06 sailors currently assigned to the area, not due to lacking functionality, but rather due to the fact that it was significantly lacking security of the area, and thusly what also took part in me needing to create the expansion onto the beachfront security forces. Anyhow, so this tower is absolutely massive, and at the time that I built it, it was the tallest building that I had on the map. Other buildings technically reach taller than it currently does right at the moment due to the fact that they are simply on a higher plane. However, this was the tallest building that I had built at the time, and it took for freaking ever for the damn thing to actually get built too, I'll have you know. But the actual harbor front with the boats and so on over here went through a couple of different revisions. I originally messed up on it. This building remained the same. Penis Envy Tower here definitely remained the same. However, I messed up with the harbor initially, and the way that the different chunks of it work in order to have a wharf over here. Well, see, I had it set up. Initially, I built the boats first, which, number one, major mistake. You don't build the boats first. That's ass backwards. You should have built the boats last. I found out later. Well, what it is that you need to have entry areas up to said wharf from the parts here on the beach. Then create your initial first part and then build out from it, sort of deals. And then that's how you create a proper dock, essentially. Like, for example, oh dear, we got some glitchiness going on there. Yeah, light show. Okay, sorry. Going fully rave over here. God, I'm sorry if somebody has epilepsy or something. That was unintentional. Anyhow, so wooden pier. You want the wooden pier? Wait, nope. Access to the harbor. That's the correct one there. So access to the harbor. That's your initial dock access. Once you build it, then you go up here. You got your elements on ground for harbor. Son of a bitch, I think that was a recycling truck. You know, they tell us when they're not going to have recycling running, but they don't tell us when the recycling is supposed to be back up and running. God, that's a really huge giant pain in my ass. Anyhow, so the piers actually come in a couple of different forms. Well, there's technically a pier, which is the smaller area, and then there's a dock, which is a much significantly larger area. They both function pretty much the same. It's just with the dock, you have other areas to branch off from. Like you can take and put, let's say, another... Sorry, Lou, you need to move. You could hit control there, branch another pier off to this side, and then if I wanted to take and put another dock over here. Or take and plop a boat there. Or take and get rid of the pier altogether and plop another full dock there if I wanted to. And then look, you could take and plop a pier off to the side of that one. So, I mean, that's how it's supposed to be set up and how it's supposed to be built. Well, my dumbass had it set up to where I had it basically like set up shit. I had it set up like so, with the access to the harbor, wooden dock access, being snapped on like this to the boat, and then I built my actual dock off of that to the mainland. Like so. Now, needless to say, the game doesn't work that way. The mod doesn't work that way. And the game was just like, so you want me to do what? It built it. It did build it. It built it without issue. However, it didn't function. So I had to take and completely and totally reorganize the pier and the wharfs and the whole setup over here in order to make it function correctly. It functions 100% correctly now. So, I mean, hey, it's still freaking cool. I dig it. And it's definitely a very, very nifty little mod. And each one of these, the point and purpose for all of this is that, and essentially the function that it 100% serves is to be a singularity market, I guess you could say, where you basically go and you load up the ship with however much of whatever resource, and then that ship goes off and it sells that product. There is a ship style that is amongst the group of them, which is the one that is the larger ship that has the nicer design on it here, that does not serve a point and purpose. It has one designated reason that it exists, and that is simply for sailing and sailing alone. You cannot actually select it to sell anything. It is not a merchant ship. It is basically a privately owned ship. The other ones, however, are all merchant ships that you can use to sell off pretty much anything, or to import pretty much anything. There's, well, I can't say pretty much anything. It's mostly your major luxury type products and products that may be a little bit on the difficult side to come by or something of that nature. Salt is not one of those things. At least it isn't for me. So with all the mods and stuff that I have available and processors and stuff and all the mods that are available, salt should never realistically be an issue in your gameplay. Now, that being said, however, you may also have different uses for salt as well, because there are mods that involve salt in the production chain of many different items. And however, it is a okay thing, I suppose. I don't know. I know it involves salt in the making of bread, and it involves salt in the making of cheese. Neither of those are mods that I currently have. They are mods, however, that now that I'm thinking about it, for balance reasons, and because of the fact that I actually do have quite a considerable amount of salt and quite a considerable amount of capacity to have salt, I don't understand why I didn't do that to begin with. Because I have a lot of salt that's just kind of really sitting there not really doing anything. I use it in the processing for meat and stuff, because there's two different mods that I have. I have the Smokehouse mod, Smokehouse V5, which uses a couple of different recipes. You can have them either be with carcasses, or you can have it be with fish, and it's one of whatever it is, salt, and then wood, and that's the recipe. So then there's also the possibility to do it with boar too. And actually, now that I'm starting to get hunting shacks going and functional and shit, I should probably do it with boar as well, because the last I checked, I actually had quite a bit of game. Yeah, I have 50 game now, so that's a thing. And game is boar. It's what they hunt. Man, I'm sorry, I've done nothing but sit here and clear my sinuses and, and cough and gross and gag this entire freaking stream. And I'm so incredibly sorry, because I'm sure that it probably grosses at least a few people out. And I can't help it. It's just that time of year. Sinuses are cutting loose. I'm dying. I'm sorry. I hope you understand. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. I'm trying my best. No, I'm joking. But anyway, yeah, that's a thing that is totally and completely going on right now. I'm dying. Snotting to death. It's horrible. Yeah, but since I have so many things that do in fact actually use salt, I'm curious to see how it works. Ooh. I forgot I ever put a tannery over here. So I built 2 additional tanneries off over on that side over there, and another shoemaker or 2. I was unaware that I actually had built a tannery and a shoemaker already. I guess I just hadn't paid much attention. My bad. My poor people are running around barefoot and shit-laden fucking streets all over the place during medieval times. It's terrible, terrible management. I am not sorry. Suffer, you unfortunate fucking peasants. So this is my forestry zone over here. My hunting zone, as well as my tree folk zone, which I have teased, and you're still not going to see yet, not at least fully anyway. So, anyway, forestry zone, pretty simple, pretty simplistic. You got a bunch of different forester huts here and there placed randomly. And I got a bunch of lumber camps here and there randomly. It's not really randomly placed. I got about 1 lumber camp per forestry place, and they do pretty good keeping up with one another in order to cut down as many trees and produce as much lumber as humanly possible. So this area is constantly being totally and completely chomped down and then totally and completely regrown continuously. And that reaches all the way over into this area. That's this entire massive, great big area. I have another one, but I haven't showed that to you yet. So, also, this is my main production of charcoal resource right here, as well as the current only iron mine that I have going right here, which is kind of really disappointing that out of this entire great big freaking deposit, I got one measly little iron mine. I know it has the potential to change from playthrough to playthrough, but it's one of those fucking seriously, one iron mine, that's lame. Out of this whole great big deposit, come on, game. Come on, give me a break. But, you know, it's whatever. It's nothing I can't deal with. There's other ones on the map, so I'm not super concerned about it or anything. Just kind of a little bit on the lame side. But yeah, I have my foundries down here for iron smelting and so on. I got 4 of them going currently, and I have not once needed to use the full maximum capacity of all the iron smelters, I don't believe. I think that only 2 of them might be functional. Shit, I might have all of them functional. And if that's the case, that's just stupid of me. Because I am in no way producing that much iron right now. So let me look here and see how much iron I'm producing. Damn it, I'm trying to see on the list and I'm not seeing it anywhere. There it is. Yeah, I only have 4 iron ore right now. So, in no stretch of the capacity, yeah, and only 29 iron ingots. In no stretch of the imagination am I actually producing that much right now. So, that's kind of a little bit on the ridiculous side. I also wanted to check and see where my wood and charcoal is right now. My charcoal's fairly low and my wood is at 465. Yeah, that's going to be problematic. I should probably go ahead and assign a few people, additional folk, to my charcoal huts here real quick. Make sure they're nicely fully stocked with folk, so that my game doesn't freak out too much. Ooh, there's one over here that's not even staffed. Cool. I mean, not cool that it existed and happened in the first place, but cool that I found it and now I can fix the problem. Awesome. Might want to attempt to further investigate that scenario here. I want to see where my other stack burner is sitting at people-wise. Okay, so this one's fully staffed. This one is also fully staffed, as well as this one. And now I'm also, since we're going on a little adventure here anyhow, let's go up here and take a look at this area. This is just a quick little overview area, mostly residential and a small amount of industry. I have 2 gold smelters up here, and I am placing 2 jewelers up here as well that are going to be my main jewelry production. The gold mine is right here, so that's fairly nice and convenient and awesome. Overall, this area was initially colonized mostly due to the fact that I have an extensive lack of fuel that is happening right now in my city. And it's something that my city has been struggling with actually for quite some time. The fuel resource is a finicky little bastard, and you kind of use it for everything, so, you know, it is what it is. I have basically this area from here all the way across. Here, I'll just show you, actually. Let's go to paint. Yeah, the blue area, the dark blue, navy blue area, is the area for extraction of whatever resource that is there. That works for berries, it works for stone, it works for also trees, and so on and so forth. So that's for those of you who don't know. But anyhow, yeah, this entire area here is labeled as a great big extraction zone for wood resource. And then with the light blue areas is the signification of reforestation as well. So that's for the folks to reforest in those areas. I have a couple of these villager huts here designated as reforesters, and I also have a couple of standalone original foresters huts as well. Now the foresters huts I was looking at here a few minutes ago, and they actually do provide an occupation, like a dorm room. Yeah, they provide a occupant's dorm. So you can have a villager, the same villager that works there, living there as well. And that's a really, really nifty, nice mechanic that the one mod adds into the game. I wish that it worked that way with more workplaces, but I mean, there's also only so many different workplaces where they could have logically lived also. So, you know, there is that to take into consideration. But I don't see how, or nor why, even the original housing can't also have its own workplaces. The larger of the original houses, like the ones that are this size, for example, can actually have a workplace. Unless this might be 2 just individual houses that might just be built together. But it's typically houses that are approximately that size that can actually have their own contained workplace as well. And it's really, really, really nice to have, particularly in this game. Basically all level 1 housing and stuff of that nature is not going to have its own workplace in it, unfortunately. So, as you can see, I have towers spread out here and there all throughout this area. This is basically after I figured out how the security in the game works and how the guard system in the game works and so on. So, ooh, shit, sorry Tuck. I didn't mean to bonk you, bro. Right up under my elbow. Kinda elbowed him right in the melon for bonk. Oh, man. he just didn't even give her shit. He just, like, loved me. Just kept scratching his head. But anyway, this is pretty much after I figured out how all the security stuff worked and how to walk towers and all that good stuff. So I was able to spread the towers out a little bit more evenly over here, and it provides a nicer, better area of security coverage. Actually, let me see. Let's take a look. So yeah, I have a little bit of a security issue over here with the gold smelter and stuff, but I think that's mostly due to the fact that it's a high priority location with apparently a security tower that's probably only somewhat manned over on the one side. It's not a fully manned security tower apparently. So I can take care of that real quick, like throw some more guards in there. But anywho, so that's this resource area. Also, there's a marble mine over here, which I don't really have any use for marble quite right at the moment. I mean, yeah, sure, there's monuments and shit that I can build with it, and I will build monuments with it, but I just haven't done that quite yet. But other than that, that's like the only reason to have marble, that and to sell it. So, but yeah, marble, luxury resource, and then gold mine. Now up here is my secondary resource of iron, and I haven't quite actually got to this quite yet. I plan to here in the near future go up here and build stuff, but I'm not sure how the game is quite exactly going to handle me building more shit right at the moment. Last time I was building more shit, the game crashed on me. I'm trying not to do that, at least not right at the moment anyhow. Oh dear, my secondary tower. The dysfunctional Tower of Doom, which is my wizard's workplace. So this is currently the tallest tower on the map, simply because of its location. It starts off at a taller point than what the other Grand Tower was. So naturally, it's taller than the other tower is. By quite a considerable margin at that. And this is my wizard's workplace, my sorcerer's workplace. It provides me with absolutely nothing. If I remember correctly, that it provides me with absolutely nothing. This is one of those just for walls workplaces that doesn't have any real true functionality, but it's just supposed to look good, and it's kind of it's Tim Burton-esque, like, dear God, it has a slight jaggedness to it, and weirdness to it, and wonkiness to it. So it's very, very Tim Burton-esque, and the more I build it, the more I realize just how jagged and wonky it was, and I was like, oh my God, I've got to make it really, really, really unnecessarily, unreasonably tall, because that's hysterical. Who wouldn't want a really, really fucking tall, Tim Burton-esque, wonky, jagged-ass damn tower as a sorcerer? I mean, come on. Although, considering their size and considering the size of this tower, what, does he have a damn elevator in there? I mean, I don't see how you could have any form of a functional stairway in there whatsoever, considering the size of the peasants. Maybe he doesn't need an elevator. Maybe that's the one place he uses his magic. It's like some Doctor Who pocket dimension bullshit going on in there. Yeah, we'll leave that there. We'll leave it at that, with the pocket dimension Doctor Who shit. Over here, behind my Lord Manor, there's another small residential area. It was one of my initial residential expansions that kind of saw some use, but also kind of hasn't seen a lot of use. Kind of, sort of a little bit on the disappointed side to say that. I think it will eventually see all kinds of use once I start actually promoting my guards to anything above a serf, or rather a newcomer, because I don't have any of them above a newcomer quite yet, I don't believe. But I do believe that this area will expand quite rapidly at that point, and we will see quite the considerable chain of folk that move through this area from time to time. As I have over 101 guards assigned to just the brew squad in the main city alone. Grand total, I have somewhere around 250, 240 guards over the course of my city. And that's also why you see that there's 263 jobs that currently have no workers assigned to them. Not to mention the fact I do believe that we are experiencing a small plague outbreak as well. Or perhaps a outlaw event is going on. These guys don't have any prisoners assigned to them, but that doesn't mean that... Well, these guys don't either. Oh shit. I have no idea. Anywho. I have another little keep over here that's guarding this area. Couple little houses up here deal with the berries and such. I have a little flax farmer area set up here. This is my second flax farmer setup area. The other one is actually set up along the main road over here, but I haven't really discussed my first cultivation area quite yet, but we'll get to that. It's expanded and grown quite a bit, so we'll get to that. Anyway, flax farmer over here, 2 flax huts, and the subsequent, let's see, it's a resting pond, and that's what it is, a crushing and combing yard, that's what it is. I knew the resting pond, which is this little guy here, which is actually just built wrong into a hillside because there really wasn't very many, nice flat places to build anything on this damn map. But anyhow, so that's the resting pond, and then there's the combing racks and so on and so forth. I have another one of those right here. And he has a field over in this area, if I remember correctly. I can't remember exactly where. I think it's like over here. Something like that. And then he has his own couple of combing and resting pond and all that good stuff. I also have a couple of inner city barley fields here. One from this side, one from this side. They grow off in this area and this area respectively. They do not produce much, but it is more than what they used to produce. I just recently added the secondary Barley Farm, so it's still a work in progress. It just now got staffed, actually, I do believe. A couple of small bakeries here. These were my 2 original bakeries. Up over on this side, over here, we have the orchard, which is highly underwhelming. I have 5 orchard sheds, and thusly 5 fields, 15 dedicated workers to it, and yeah, see stall number 1. Nothing sold this week, and nothing even got to stall number 1. And I think that there's a little bit of an interesting issue where the cider press just freaking gobbles up any cider that there could potentially be. It gobbles up any apples in exchange for cider. And I have 1 cider press in comparison to 5 fields, and I hardly ever get any apples to filter through into the rest of my village to sell as just into these themselves as a food product. Ran myself short on breath. But I mean, cider is also a sellable product at taverns, so that's the thing. No one's really using my taverns quite yet, but whatever. And naturally, taverns, you need beer. So here I have 3 breweries over here next to my orchards, and then I have 2 hops fields. One over here, and it's like this area, and then this one goes from this area on up, if I remember correctly. So, that's the thing. And you may have noticed I built a great ladder up here in the background. That is because I am building a new area up here next to my fucking newly discovered stone deposits that are up here on the hillside. And I'm going to use all of this for, obviously, for stone stuff. And get rid of all of my inner city stoneworking stuff in exchange for this shit, because I really don't necessarily need the inner city stoneworking stuff if I have this stuff here, and that will free up lots and lots and lots of room for all different types of things. Hi Lou, what's up kitty buddy? He came over and loafed on me, and I guess I'm just stuck here. But, yep, that's the thing. Eventually I'm going to go and build houses up and through here and all that good stuff too. That's kind of what this is the beginnings of. This area over here is actually kind of developed a little bit on the natural side of taking and put the buildings there and stuff like that, like a couple of the main buildings, like the industry stuff down here and whatnot. And then I took and made this entire great big area up over here, one great big swath of residential area, as you can see. So they have quite a considerable amount of room to choose from when it comes to living from anything in this industrial area. And soon to be that industrial area. So, anyhow, tree people. I haven't discussed the tree people yet. I was talking about mushrooms, and I didn't understand how I was supposed to get mushrooms at one point in my one previous playthrough. Well, The reason why I didn't get any mushrooms is because of the Forest Folk mod. The Forest Folk mod is the only way to get mushrooms from the way that I have found. Or from what I have found, anyway. I haven't actually done anything with this mod yet, other than build the city and set it up for use, but as far as actual use goes, folks are going in and living in it here and there, but no one is actually set up to do any of the jobs in the village or anything like that quite yet. But at least people are already going in and taking the opportunity to take on some of those homes anyway. Preemptively. Preemptive strike. Taking on some of them homes. It's good shit. I like it. But there's a significant amount of stuff that we're going to be able to get from this. We'll be able to get some eggs. We'll be able to get some poultry from this. We'll also be able to get mushrooms from this. And it's also going to provide a nice area for some religious relief for my industrial area as well. I also built a couple of the little pagan sites out and around up and through here as well. But naturally I had to build a vast amount of security around this area in order to make it not shitty. I guess is a good way of putting it. Everyone that was going there to live there and stuff like that would go off and end up being fucking convicts, outlaws and shit. It's like, yeah, well, we can't be having that constantly going on, so let's just remedy that issue real quick like. But, yep, it's a pretty nifty little mod. This here is a part of another mod that I just recently decided to test out because I just got it, so I didn't really test it in the early game, but this is one of those mods I could see being incredibly useful in the early game. It's called Frontier Essentials. There is a trapper. Each one of these tents employs 2 different trappers. You have a religious preacher tent. You can also have a woodcutter, a small woodcutter area, and it also can provide a small builder area for you, and it can also provide it can provide forager jobs for you as well. So they'll go over and gather berries and shit for you, which is really, really, really cool. I think that it also functions as a market point to actually sell said berries as well. Yeah, because it says nothing sold this week, so I assume that it also works as a market point to sell said berries as well. But yeah, that's a really, really, really nifty mod that I kind of wish I would have started with, because it would have been nice. There would have been a nice, what's a good way of putting it? Standard of progression to it. Nice, very nice standard of progression. Let me see here. Now, this mod I got a kick out of. This mod is also basically a cheat mod. It's the Magical Romany Camp. It's great in various different ways. I love it. So what it does is it basically provides you with a way of selling a unique market to people that would still hit resources, everything from religion to entertainment to foodstuffs to luxury alcohol stuffs to also providing the good stuffs market of also lightly used clothes. Magic, it provides a magic resource, and if I remember correctly, I'm not sure if magic provides religion or entertainment. I think it provides a religion resource to the people at some point, or in some way, and maybe some sort of unique buff, perhaps. But I'm not sure. But anyway, that is in the form of fortune tellers. That's how you get that one. There's also stone soup, which I'm not 100% sure what stone soup is exactly. If I remember correctly, it's soup that was made in a stone style pot that was like kept by a fireside, and it would just kind of stew it and cook it. I've heard of such a thing before, and I've heard of people doing that in, like, you know, while going camping and stuff like that. It's nothing I've ever in particular done. I have cooked a baked potato in the ground, though. Take it, wrap it in tin foil, and bury it right next to where you're going to have a fire, and then have the fire over top of it, and then you dig up your potato, and ta-da, it's cooked. Fucking awesome. Trust me, it's the greatest way to have a baked potato. It is. You can't go wrong with it, and it's always cooked to perfection. Anyhow, so stone soup. It provides the resource of that if you have somebody there to actually dish it out and make the stuff. It also provides the luxury resource of moonshine, which you can also sell at different spots around the map as well. And that comes in the form of the moonshiner place, and then these are moonshine bars, if I remember correctly. Yeah. The moonshiner attends to the moonshine bars and sells the moonshine then to the people. Right, that's how it works. And then there is the lightly used clothes goods vendor, which is absolutely hysterical, because if you look at by the way, they also give a massive desirability boost to the area as well. So yeah, that's the thing. They give a massive desirability boost to the area. Kind of nice. Kind of weird. It's kind of nice because, like, it straight up overwhelmed the desirability, negative desirability of this particular building. And that, I think, is funny. Like, the woodcutter building. Couldn't think of the name woodcutter, I just said this particular building. Anyway. But yeah, it vastly overwhelmed that. Anyway, yeah, it gives off a great rings of desirability. Anyway. So, clothes stuffs. That's what I was looking at. It's a clandestine sack of acquired clothing. And that's how they get the provided product for their lightly used clothes store. So, if it's acquired clothing, is it thieves? Are they stealing the shit? Secondly, what are you saying about gypsies, bruh? Some of them were actually known for being thieves and stuff like that, but I mean, it was one of those, that's a very racist thing. Very, very racist thing, honestly. It's hysterical in some ways, but very much so not in others. It's one of those things that I will at least somewhat recognize as racist because they were known to be thieves at some points or another in the past, being traveling merchants and so on. Of course, something comes up missing, people are going to think that it was the motherfuckers that would just walk through town whether they did it or not. It had nothing to do with whether they actually were or not, just people kind of assumed as such. Same thing with like witches and shit like that. And a lot of the gypsy folk that were fortune tellers and stuff, and that's what their trade was. They were showmen, essentially. They were also subject to witch hunts and so on and so forth due to the fact that people labeled them as witches. And in a lot of cases, they were doing nothing more than attempting to help people. A lot of them were herbalists and shit like that and had a small basic understanding of medicine and were actually attempting to help people in a lot of cases. She cured my cold. She must be a witch. Let's get her. Sorry, what? Huh? Can you imagine if people treated doctors that way? It's funny as hell. It's just one of those things where you look back at human history, it makes you scratch your head and go, exactly what the fuck was this guy really thinking? But then again, you also look at some of the professional medicines of the time and you go, they were just on a lot of drugs. They were just on like a significant amount of drugs. I think that's what it all was during the medieval periods of time. Everybody was just on a lot of drugs, and they had no compassion for their fellow man in a lot of cases, and they were just like, you know what, fuck that guy, we're gonna burn him at the stake. Why? He made an herbal remedy that cured somebody's sneezing fit. What the herbal remedy was just slapping them in the face with a bunch of fucking lemongrass. Smack! Lemongrass to the face. But, yeah. I don't know. I'm just talking out my ass about a lot of different things right now. I very, very, very much so dig how this forest folk place turned out. I like it. I like it a lot. It's kind of a little bit wonky in some ways. I do have houses that are built around like the bases of a lot of the trees and stuff, which I'm not really too sure if it was meant to happen like that sort of thing, or otherwise. There is a snap point down there at the bottom of the tree, and I wanted to see if it was indeed something that you could have happen like that and work that way. And of course, naturally it was, so that's what's going on over here. It ended up looking almost somewhat like the Ewok village. Me and my mom were talking about that, and she was giggling, saying it looked somewhat like the Ewok village. I agree. I think it definitely looks like the Ewok village. Unfortunately, though, this was a lot of hunting grounds over in here, and I'm unsure of how my hunters are really going to behave, honestly, with all of this. suppose we'll find out, won't we? If the game doesn't crash. But I think that's it. Ooh, I got my fort left to show you, which is nothing fantastic nor special, and you saw it in the background. But yeah, this is my fort. Nice little stained glass area here up front. Nice little balconies. We got some stained glass going on over here. As another example of the stained glass mod, here's some additional works that are in that mod. They're freaking beautiful. I love them. Me and my mom were talking about it. That just we've both had a special place in our heart for stained glass for quite a long time. So this in particular was really, really, really cool to see in this game. I like it. It's very aesthetically pleasing, and it fits 100% with what this game is. I love it. But yeah, my fort is nothing special whatsoever. It's actually quite ugly, and it's quite small. I wish to do it elsewhere. It took forever to build though, as it was. Hello. Oh no.
Arf, arf, she says. Arf, arf.
No, don't come over and start stomping on me. I don't understand why you do that, dude.
Nice to see you too. I'm glad you noticed. Make sure there ain't a dog under there because they're all up and about.
Right?
Hi, Pipe. What you doing?
You're in the shit. Okay.
But you come over and say hi? Wag, 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 wag.
Oh. Something else that I found out. A small minor glitch that can happen with the cattle fields over here. If you click, once you have everything built and stuff like that, if you were to go over and click on the edit building again, it unbinds them. Well, if you build something else there and build it again, it also rebuilds all of those fields again. Okay? The problem with that occurs when it overlaps the original fields, unbinds the fields from the surface, and thus releases the cattle. And the cattle just wander all over the damn map.
So, you can make infinite cattle, but only harvest the newest ones you've made? Sort of deal?
I guess, kinda, sorta, in a way.
Ah yes, infinite cow. The unkillable
Well-
infinite cow.
Well,
Only some of them can be used though.
well, the thing is that the cattle that you see here aren't like the actual physical representation of the resources that are available.
Mm-hmm.
The cattle that are actually created happen at the cattle farm building here. And the fields and stuff just provide a quote-unquote pasture resource, which then provides the cattle from the worker providing the pasture resource to the barn. So the fields just spawn, like, I think that they get 3 or 4 cattle grain capacity. Hi, Cookie. I'm glad you decided to come over and say hi and check out the game and see what's up. You can't come over here and want lovin's and then turn around and leave.
She didn't want lovin'. She wanted to step on your keyboard.
Yeah, well, now she's going to get lovin'. She's going to get flipped upside down. She's going to get loved on. You're such a sweetheart. Purr, 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 purr.
I guess you can say your lovins are perfect.
Yes. Thing is she likes me. Just, I'm only kind of a good substitute for mom. Kinda.
Cookie's okay with me. Cookie doesn't really want me ever, but occasionally Cookie will wander over and I'll happen to met her.
You'll happen to have random Cookie moments.
Yeah.
She is really such a sweetheart. And she's such an adorable, beautiful little thing.
Oh yeah, she is a very pretty princess, but that's her problem, is that she is a very pretty princess and therefore should not be touched.
She is a very, very acutely aware of being a very pretty princess.
You know, Rizzy, she thinks she is a princess.
Shit. Thanks.
Finn's just the spoiled one.
Right?
That little squeak.
That's
him
the
being
thing.
spoiled.
That's little Mr. Peepers. He's at it again. Oh. These poor guards. Dude, these guards trekked all over the damn place.
Debating going in and trying to record.
Ugh.
Because I haven't recorded in a long time.
Yeah.
Hi. Why are you whimpering?
Oh, shit. Who? What? Who's whimpering?
Manners.
Ah. Well, she wants lovenses.
Staring at me shaking.
Well, isn't it obvious she wants lovenses?
And I don't know why Birch feels the need to sit here and squeal at me.
Squealio. Squealio.
Look at it.
Hey, there's another one. I love the water crane.
Now she's rocious.
Well, of course. You loved on her. What do you think was going to happen? She's such a sweetheart. Be careful of her back. She has a little spot on her back.
I'll give her belly sub.
Now, she'll be alright. Well, motherfucker, why is there a random barrel just hanging out down here on the side of the cliff?
What? You can barely believe it?
Physics does not say this is an okay thing.
They barely say it's an okay thing. Because you say my buns are just barreling out.
I can barely believe this.
What? Have I set the barrel too low?
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. What do you want from me? You don't like me. Get out of here.
I'm just a barrel of laughs.
No, go away.
You want me to go away?
You're barely competent.
You want me to go barreling down the street?
Ha! No! Damn it.
He's just falling aside, just down the street. A lot of clunking against asphalt.
Fucking end over end.
I think it's sideways. You just spontaneously start going.
The barrel with legs.
Jeez.
You saw the picture, right?
Pretty sure. Hi. You use no claws and yet you startled me. Oh my goodness. So needy. And I must need him, for he is needy.
Well, yeah.
Why do you need it? You're not cookie dough. You're not a cookie dough.
With me and my random memes I have on here.
Of course you have a memes folder.
I really don't. It's just my pictures folder that's unorganized.
Do you go? I did. He wanted me really bad, and I pick him up, and he gets roaches, and then I don't let roaches me, and then he wants off.
Yeah. God damn it. Damn it, Bobby. There it is. Barrel legs. Barrel legs.
Jesus.
Barrel leg. Skyrim mod, isn't it?
Sounds like a Pokemon.
It does.
Barrel legs, use tackle attack. just start running.
He starts barreling at his target.
Use jump kick. All I needed was to be Bayonetta legs. That's all that would have been needed to make it better.
Use roller. Just rolls across him. Barrel, use flatten.
Barrel, use your signature attack. Throw your lid. It just
He's fucking Captain America's.
It starts pirouetting until eventually, yes, Captain America's its freaking lid at the enemy.
That would be great. Do a barrel roll. Slippy coming out of nowhere does a barrel roll. Everyone at Nintendo goes, that's copyrighted.
I think it was what was his name? Peppy? Pepper?
Well, it was Peppy that was constantly the one telling you to do a barrel roll.
Yeah.
But I think he was constantly telling Fox and Peppy to do fucking barrel rolls. Or not. Yeah, little one.
Yeah, Slippy was the
Slippy,
the
that
toad.
one.
Peppy,
I have.
not Peppy the pig. You have a writhing bag of dog.
I do. A writhing bag of stupid.
What's his name? I don't know. All I know is he was a donkey, I believe. No, rabbit. Rabbit?
Yes.
Rabbit?
Slippy, Fox,
Falco.
and then Peppy. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, he would constantly scream do a barrel roll. Slippy was the idiot. Got himself shot down a couple times.
Yeah, Slippy, Falco, and Fox were the three that were the starfighter pilots, and then Pepe was the one that flew the major light carrier.
They all flew their own little things. It was the captain who was the dog who flew the major big ship.
Was it?
Yeah. Him and his crew, who was pretty much never named.
Okay.
But no, it was 4 fighters. And honestly, it's easy to forget there's 4 fighters because you only ever see 3 of them at a time because at least one of your teammates are going down every round.
Right.
They also had a tank, which was cool.
Yes. For like absolutely no reason, you had this fucking random tank.
That could fly occasionally.
Yes.
It was really cool.
Jet tank.
You know, thinking back, it looks a lot like the tanks from the Clone Wars.
Yeah, kinda.
They both have that similar, honestly, even Halo. I think it's just a futuristic tank design where it's got the like sort of pointy front to the sides.
Right.
And then a middle section and a back section. And they are kind of flexible.
Right.
It's roughly what most of those tanks look like.
So,
What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm looking for something.
What's your part?
My damn lighter.
Try having a bright idea.
No. Not gonna brighten up my day because all my ideas are very dark. Oh! It doesn't help that it like camouflages in my shit too, so you know.
This is a camouflage lighter?
It is.
That's your problem.
Come on,
You
I
think
need
something
you.
light would be able to
I need you
stand
to
out.
move. I need you to move. I need you to move.
She's like, but I is comfy.
Can you move, please?
Come here.
Come on, Walden.
Come here. Come here, girl. Come here.
She's like, I'm done, yay!
She's got a solid snake crawl away over.
Go on. Go on. Go on. Go
Oh,
on.
I think there's a dog.
Miners, god damn it.
Sorry, Mogwai.
Okay, here it is. It was under my. It was under her butt and under my butt.
It was under the collective of the butt.
It was under the collective ass.
The butt collective.
And now she's ferocious and beating me with her tail.
Where's everybody?
Thank you.
He had to do stuffs. Things.
I had to. There we go. There we go. She's a happy doge
Finn,
now.
You really let yourself go, didn't you?
Lou just looked to the side in shame, like, yeah.
Well, normally it's Finn sitting here staring at me with longing eyes, and I turn around, there's this gigantic orange blob.
Yeah. Speaking of the giant orange blob coming at me, Jesus. Hi. And you said
It's
meow.
just like, wow, Finn, you goggled real quick.
Man.
Real big, real quick. Jesus.
He jumped
He's-
over here. He is getting real big real quick.
Like, he's like segment sized.
Yeah.
He's almost.
Yeah, like he is really honestly getting real big real quick like.
He was like an entire inch smaller like yesterday.
I'm telling you, man, that cat's part reptile. He goes and he fucking sheds his skin somewhere and grows overnight. We're gonna find a bunch of little, really funky ass, dead skin fuzzy things laying all over the place where he's shedding his skin and growing. We'll be just like, yeah, it's snake skin. Wait a minute, it's fuzzy. No, it's fin skin. Ah!
Do we have sentient scarfs roaming around?
Oh. Man, we can make money off that.
Freaking,
Hey, we can make a religion out of that.
fuzzy reptiles sound kind of cute but horrifying.
Well, they said that some dinosaurs had fucking feathers and shit.
Most dinosaurs
Yeah.
have feathers. They were primarily bird.
Yes. You're primarily a bird.
But like, fuzzy. Not feathery.
Right.
Fuzzy.
Right.
Like a Komodo dragon. But fur. Be
Right.
like a bigger Lewis.
Right. Until it bites you and your arm rots off.
Uh-huh. And that range you're dead. They're one of those poisonous friggin' things.
They make great guard dogs.
They don't bark, but you know they're deadly.
Oh yes. And they're huge.
Big.
Very
I guess they're
large.
relatively okay with humans.
Yeah, they don't. As long as you don't fuck with them, they don't fuck with you. Just like most animals, if you don't fuck with them too much, they'll pretty much leave you alone too. Now there are some animals that are hostile predators. That's what they do is invade other animals' territories and fuck with them. So, you know, bears, cougars, anything that's a predator.
I saw this video where a dude found a cougar cub just roaming around, and he was keeping his distance. He was like, "I don't mess with that." But the mama came nearby, and she didn't attack him, but she kept hissing at him and scampering towards him.
Yeah, she drove him off.
She was driving him off, and
Yeah.
he never ran, but he stood his ground and backed away slowly, and after a bit, eventually the cougar just kind of turned around and left. And he was like, "Holy crap, I should be dead."
Yes. That's actually situations that happen quite often, believe it or not. But cougars, honestly, cougars for the most part, especially if it's like a mama or something of that nature and it's trying to protect its little, if she wanted to snap dude up and snap him in half, she could have.
Mm-hmm.
It was the fact of the matter that she just didn't want to deal with the conflict. It was a waste of energy for her to deal with the conflict. You're not food, you're not tasty. Just get the fuck away from us.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's cool. And I don't understand how people can look at these creatures and say that there's not intelligence in them.
They're very intelligent. Oh,
yes.
Very intelligent. They just don't. They're just not like cognizant. I guess is that how you say the word?
What is it?
Cognizant.
You mean cognitive?
Cognitive. That's the word.
But
they're not like fully going around and like building things. That's the only thing.
well, no.
Even then, sometimes like,
It
humans
is.
build things.
They are fully cognitive. It's just that they aren't thinking that way because they don't need it.
No.
So,
Really, we don't.
well, yeah, but our big brain power, I mean, that came from us making the progression of fire and learning about cooking meat, and that's how our big brain power developed, essentially, was that we started figuring out also how to make nicer, purer foods and so on and so forth.
And we improved in a way that no species had the chance to do yet.
Yes.
Eventually, we reached our point the same way most other creatures have reached their point.
Yes, it's just that it's not even that we developed faster, we just developed in different ways.
And honestly, I've watched a lot of videos and I've seen a lot of articles and stuff. Other animals are developing in a similar way humans kind of did way back.
Yeah.
Because humans are such a big thing on Earth.
Shit, maybe one of these days we'll have furries.
Well, last I heard from Japan,
Go
Yeah,
figure, the
built
Japanese
one.
would be the first one to be just like, yes, we need to have it.
they built one. One of the big freaking robots.
Oh, I know.
Big.
The Gundams?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They freaking built one. That's so cool.
Like,
It's horrifying. It's cool.
It's an art project.
Yeah, it's not like a function.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
it's not like an
functional for
actual
fighting, but
fucking
like-
war machine or something of that nature. No,
But
no,
it can
no.
like move
But
its arms and
yeah, it's-
maybe walk if they really put the effort.
it's a part of a building, and it's a big art project that the one dude put together.
Mhm.
So it's like I think it was a big promotional thing or something that they did at one point, but I don't know about all of that. I don't follow Japanese news enough to know about.
Yeah, I don't know much more than I saw a video where its arms.
Yeah, I saw a video that they did at one point, and
That's
that was
about
about
fixed.
like, yeah, exactly.
But that alone is cool, dude.
Yes, that alone is fucking wicked. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I think it's fantastic.
But I'm fairly sure that we are going to have much more intelligent animals that are eventually just going to start using our markets and stuff.
We're
We
eventually
have
going to
animals
have a
that
bear.
do use our markets and stuff.
Yes, they just don't actually pay for the food because they're not legally allowed to get jobs and therefore not legally allowed to finance money.
Well, they steal the money, go to markets, and try.
Now there
Giving
are
money to people.
crows that do that. There are crows that do that shit. There's that one story that the one lady was talking about where she had huh?
I'm talking like a full-blown store, not just some
Yeah.
lady in a window.
Yes, I'm aware of that, and there are crows and shit that do that in full-blown food stores.
It's just that one particular example.
Yes,
is a
just
more
that one
well-known
particular,
version.
yes, and well-known example is a lady who happened to train a flock of crows, several few crows, to bring her food, or bring her money, and she'd pay them with better food and stuff, get them better bread.
And it's not even that she trained them. They
Yes,
just
they just
happened
did
to
it.
bring money, and when they realized she was buying better food with that money, they were like, oh, if we give her this specific item, she will give us better of what we want.
Right.
And they continue to collect money.
And she said that at some point, or like over the course of the period that this has been going on, they brought her like somewhere around $300 to $400 and several different small trinkets and jewelry and shit like that.
It's freaking wild.
It is. It's crazy. Birds are interesting creatures.
But like, there's so many animals that are just learning how things work in our world, and it's not even that they need to understand how it works. They just know what we use it for, and then they can watch us and see how we use it. Basically. They can shut off a city's water supply if they figure out that one valve controls the whole city.
Jesus Christ, maybe that's what's actually going on with the Hoover Dam. All the animals have just been congregating there and drinking out of it alone.
Like,
they're just like, these motherfuckers have this great big vast lake of water. We need to all congregate there and suck it down. You can see several bears and stuff sitting over there with like curly straws, slurping it down.
I mean, there's this video of a dog who was annoying a cat.
We found a whale in the Hoover Dam. We don't know how it got there.
It was a dog who was annoying a cat. It wasn't like chasing it, but it was like pestering him.
Yeah.
Put me. And his cat opens up a gate and lures the dog in. And this cat closes the gate and locks it and goes to the gate.
Yep.
And the dog's just like, now wait a minute here. So yeah, like, a lot of these creatures know how and why things are the way they are.
Right. A lot of the animals are way more intelligent than humans give them credit for. Like, way the fuck more intelligent than humans give them credit for. In a lot of different ways.
There was a dog. It's one of those famous dogs that have learned to speak via buttons.
Oh no, yeah.
And he was saying something about stranger. And the person was like, stranger where? And he was like, paw. And she was like, stranger in your paw? And the dog walked over and she took up and held up a paw and she took it and there was something in his paw. It was like a little stick or something.
Huh. That's interesting.
She pulled it out and I was like, this was the stranger in his paw. And that's so weird.
Yep.
It also shows just what those words really mean to that dog.
Yes.
Stranger doesn't mean like, a person outside that I don't know. It means a foreign object of sorts.
Well, that too, but maybe it was just the closest word that he could figure that associated with that object. Maybe they didn't have a word for stick and paw.
Oh, definitely not.
So, I mean,
he probably didn't know it was a stick.
They might not have.
He probably was just like, there's something irritating my paw and I can't get it out. I'm going to ask my human friend.
Right.
Strange thing that I don't understand in my paw.
There's also cats and stuff that do that shit too.
Oh, absolutely. It's just that was the one example.
Right.
Cats would be the most talkative things if we got them.
Me and Mom were talking about that, and if we was to ever get the finances and stuff to like really, put up a cat run and stuff like we would like to do and so on and so forth eventually, maybe even consider investing in a couple of those buttons and shit of that nature. It's probably not her, it's probably just the people next door. Like I said, it's more than likely the people across the road because we can hear pretty much everything that goes on in a 4-block proximity here quite well. Our house just seems to capture the sound well.
It sounded like a cat knocked into something.
Yeah, it's a good possibility that happened as well. There's plenty of shit back there for him to knock over.
Are you spoiled?
Very spoiled. Are you kidding me? Look at that. She's shaking. Shaking.
Spoiled.
So we're reaching 1300. We're getting real close to 1300. I'm really, really surprised that the game is still running with any form of smoothness. Every once in a while it'll freeze for a second when it's thinking a little bit or when it's doing a save, but other than that, it's running fairly smoothly, actually.
Do you have a way to see how many people are watching?
No, not on this here anyway, not with the UI,
Okay.
being what it is. Probably nobody right now, since nobody's actually chatting or anything of that nature, but
Yeah, they might just have you on in the background.
they might.
Just some ASMR. Listen to people talk.
Right? Look at the villagers and shit that file through this one particular market through here. It's ridiculous.
I mean, that just looks like a relatively normal area.
This
But
does.
for a game like this,
Yeah.
that's quite impressive. I need to get a Minecraft mod that has a chunk thing.
Yeah.
A chunk loader of sorts.
I'm experimenting with that Zeus. I'm looking into getting it to work.
Do you know how?
Kinda.
I do believe it is just put in the shader pack file.
Yeah.
Go into video settings, shaders. And
So-
you have Optifine, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I got it.
Because you need Optifine to get it to do
Yes.
anything. I think there's another one that also does shaders.
Right, but
There's-
Optifine does it the best.
Has more stuff with it.
Right.
Because there's
right.
another thing out there. Optifine gives better video quality settings, generally enhances frame rate by making things better, has a zoom option, and shader support.
Huh. Cool.
But there's another one out there that's actually better in
Yeah.
a way. It's called Sodium. What it does is it has no shader support. I do not know how many video settings it has. No zoom, but it's way better at optimizing the game. So
There's also another pack that it does a whole bunch of like physics extensions, engines, and a bunch of different extensions onto game engines and such. That is ENG, I do believe, is what it's called. I don't know if they have a extension or anything of that nature for Minecraft, but I do know that they have all of the ones for all of the Bethesda content. And I know that they have a bunch of other games and stuff on there as well, but I didn't go through and look to see if they had any of the stuff for like Minecraft or anything like that. But that's also another way to potentially get shaders and such.
but yeah, you just download the file and shove it in the shader packs file. I don't even think you have to unzip it. I think you just shove it in there.
Yeah. The shader pack files in the base game files, right?
Yeah, you just go and dump Minecraft and it's in there. Along with the
Alright.
mods folder, resource pack, shader pack. The config can be useful at times.
Yeah.
It is useful for when you have something in a mod or whatever that is not going the greatest in terms of not your preference.
Right.
So what is it? Let's say you're playing a mod like Ice and Fire, and you have a problem like I did where you have too many dragons spawning too frequently.
Okay.
You'd usually go in the config file, find its specific file folder, it'll be labeled Ice and Fire or whatever, and you can go in and look through the file. You can find numbers and stuff and labels and what they all do. It's usually pretty straightforward.
Right.
because JavaScript is pretty much just wonky English.
Yeah.
You can just change some values.
Huh.
And you can make it so they spawn pretty much every block, or you can make it so they spawn like once every couple thousand blocks.
Huh. I see.
So it's cool, it's nifty, and that's how that stuff works. And some mods require you to go into config files.
I can help you with.
She wants where Lewis is, but there's a Lewis.
Is there something I can assist the Woggins? Is the Woggins assistance necessary? That little tail is just to go in. Here, I think that you want up under here is what you want. Here, hold on. I'm trying to help you. Manners, quit. Come on, I'm trying to help you. Here. Come on. Molly, you fucking dumbass. She turns around and walks off to the other side. Come on, you want up under here? Come on.
Poor Mogwai.
Manner
mouse. You don't want to be up. You were so happy. You just had to look.
Hey, that thing on your back finally must have popped or went away or whatever. Good. Cool. Awesome. Good. I bet that was uncomfortable as hell. That was right here.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she got a little bit of a chunk in her back, but it's nothing we can't put some first aid shit on and take care of.
Bonk.
Wag.
Lewis gets so mad at me. Like, he's never angry, but he's just like really human.
He looks at you with kind of the grumble face, like, oh, damn it, human.
His ears are just all out to the sides.
Like sheer and utter annoyance.
You like this. When I get to your
He like-
sides and go roundy.
He likes the rough lovenses. He's the weirdest cat I've
That's
ever
the
met
only way
in
you
my
can
life.
get through to him. You have so much lard on him. If you're not punching him, you're not touching him enough.
Right?
It's like a punching bag.
The punching loo.
Gotta take a bulldozer and drop it on him.
In his case, he's a punching sag.
You gotta take a steamroller and plow it down on top of him in order for him to even feel anything. He could survive a bullet. The bullet would go boing.
Be like hitting Mr. Fantastic. Be like shooting the Hulk where he just shakes it and chews it up and spits it out.
This is bullcrap too.
Polly is so angry.
Hi. You hate me. Why are you here?
He said, I don't hate you, I'm just noisy and kind of dumb.
She's a hypocrite.
Yes. Yes, she is.
Someone tried to type hypocrite and they ended up typing hypocrite.
Hypocrite.
And someone took a photo of a hippo and just put this like hipster clothes on it.
I'm
Photoshop, and they were like, "This is probably as accurate to that as you're gonna get."
I'm picturing a hippo over there fucking crip walking and shit, like getting down.
Why are you staring at me like that?
She's been loving.
She's just sitting there like her face all bruised out. Give me them sad puppy dog eyes.
Get him, manners. You show him sad puppy dog eyes.
Look at her.
Oh, I see it. I see
The
it.
ultimate puppy dog eyes. Just the.
She's such a sweetheart.
She's a brat.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that her eyes are ever so slightly crossed.
Yes.
So they're just
There's a tad bit of derp that happens with every occasion. There's imminent ferocity that might happen between that.
Dude, have you seen that one clip of the dude? It's an officer trying to find out if like he's high or something.
Oh no.
And he's like, all you gotta do is follow the light. And he holds up the light. All you gotta do is follow the light. He's like, I got that. Okay, follow the light. And the guy just doesn't move. As if the light never existed to begin with. Just right up to the side. Didn't even flinch.
Okay, hold on. Naturally, we got some aids, so we gotta play real quick.
Your customers, or how your money works for you. So you can focus on the connections that matter most.
Deja vu. Wow. That is one way.
Oh God.
I mean, that worked. That definitely worked.
It was a setup thing, of course, but it's still fucking amazing.
Uh-huh.
Probably one of the funniest videos of all time, and the slight graininess that they put to it, like it was an actual fucking police video and shit, really did it justice. And it looked good, and it looked very real being what it was.
Mm-hmm.
This shit's fucking hysterical.
I see peeking at me
Uh-oh.
through the crack between the frame of my door and the door and my fan under the light of Squirtle's tank. A very orange.
Oh, wait, actually, something I wanted to do real quick. That does not shock me. Something else I wanted to do real quick. You guys are going to come on a little trip with me over here to check out the Twitch, or what the Twitch stuff is doing here on Twitter, rather. Hey! Twitch themselves liked it.
Angry.
Dude, Foundation themselves liked my one tweet.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Fluffy, rotten, spoiled, trying to get down, but also not wanting to for lemons.
Well, yeah, duh.
Lemons, you ain't escape. No escape. You wanted my room so bad. God, she's mad at me. She's so mad. She loves this though. She denies it.
Right.
You got a dog in there?
In here, I don't think so. Oh, he's like, shit, where'd that cat come from? Well,
I'm gonna go take a shower.
come on, get back, get off me. I don't blame you. No. So, kind of strange. I any other mentions for retweets that I got, or anything of that nature? Okay, well, that's kind of poop. Anywho, right, I'll go over here. I'm just going to copy these, and do a little bit of the pasty. Hey, no, ain't gonna have none of that. No. But I keep saying, let's see how far it will go before breaking. The reason why I keep saying that is I've actually already experienced a few different crashes on said game. And I don't know how much more time that I have with it before it simply says no and no longer wants to play. Why are you doing that to me? Hi, sweet. Wheelie-dee-dee-dee. It seems like if you put out a mass tweet that involves like, you know, several different retweeting services, they will sometimes do it like themselves and stuff, but the algorithm, I do believe, instantaneously registers it as a potential bot that is doing that. I, of course, am not a bot. I just realized that we are actually positive in cash flow for once. Well, that's fucking nice and handy dandy. So something else that come up. this area, like I was saying, that was just ever so slightly recently colonized. I just recently got the housing and stuff set up for over in this area as much as I could. Well, oh jeez, pardon me. I'm noticing that with less traffic going all the way back and forth across the bridge in order to get all the way up into the original settlement and back all the way up here, now there's less traffic that this church is actually receiving, which is kind of a little bit on the strange side, I thought. But I mean, it's just simply that there's less traffic flow through here. There was literally a continuous line going both directions through this area and across this bridge at all times. But it's gotten better with that now. Because number one, I put up a different area for them, or a different way for them to get up and down, which is this great ladder over here. I figured it was a better convenient access point for them to get to the church if they wanted to. Jeez, man, that hurt a lot. It was one of those bad hiccup burp things, and it aggravated my hernia area, and like, wow, ouch, even. Oh, but yeah, anyhow. There, now you can get a better glimpse at what my actual hay fields look like. They are an absolute, total, and complete nightmare. It's kind of cool. But, like, as far as planning and OCD goes and so on and so forth, no, they are an absolute, total, and complete nightmare. I can guarantee you there's at least a couple of OCD people out there that are going to see that and go, oh, 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 and then have a heart attack and fall over. Because you know that's what OCD people do. All of them. I'm telling you, every single one. Every one of them. And of course, I really, totally, completely don't mean that. I'm totally joking. I'm a little bit on the OCD side myself, and my little brother is extremely on the OCD side, so yeah, I really, totally, completely don't even remotely mean that. See, I wanted to see how far out the farmers would grow their crops over here. I might even go so far as to consider putting in another couple of crop fields over here. Uh-oh. Well, I'm going to have to give you a little bit of dramatic suspense here. Just a little bit of dramatic suspense while I go use the restroom, because look at the number on my population and where we're at. We're getting ready to break in the 1300, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I'm sure you are so excited to hear my voice yet again. So very excited. I can hear the raving from here. Looking at the stream chat with no one there. But anyhow. So anywho, yeah, we are getting ready to break into 1,300 folks, which is comprised of 421 newcomers, 844 serfs, 30 commoners, and one unfortunate poor bastard who is a citizen. We also got 3 novice soldiers as well. The vast majority of my guardsmen are serfs, and that is something that I wish to remedy with much haste, actually. So, I think, with that in mind, something I need to take care of is the fact that my Lord Manor has not been fully staffed in some time now. And I would very much so like to at least promote part of my guardsmen. But I'm not going to do that this round. Anyway, we're starting to get, we got coal. And with coal, the coal lasts longer for a fuel resource than the wood does. So, it also sells for way the hell more. So, with more coal being made, we're getting more wood, which means that more coal will be made. So, that's good. That's good. But yeah, we got a few people here that we need to promote. I'm primarily worried about the folks who are potentially having to travel and walk great distances in order to actually reach their job destinations. Being some of the farming and some of that, there's a chance that you may end up actually walking quite some distance to be a farmer. And that's what I'm attempting to negate. Same with the charcoal burners. Let's go ahead and make sure that they get promoted. Fishermen, what's our ground situation like? Okay, we got 124. We should be okay. Won't do the foragers quite yet because I can technically do without foragers for a little while anyhow. I got 1,029 berries currently. I think I'll be good on foragers. Look over and there's dog balls at me. Dang it, Gerder. This dog, man, this dog. He's something else. Okay, let's promote fuel mongerer. But yeah, this list is mostly guards all the way down. Now, hay farmers. Hay farmers definitely need to be getting promoted because they need to be going over there to work said fields. So let's get that done. definitely livestock herders. Probably go ahead and put the market tenders in houses as well, unfortunately. Lucky bastards. Definitely put the millers in. Definitely put the orchard worker somewhere. Should probably put the physician somewhere, but where would be the fun in that? That was like a very unreasonably evil giggle. With the slightly snobby on the background that it even. And then this poor bastard here is unemployed, but alright, well you are currently being promoted to customer and you can remain as such. Get some smelters and some jobs, or rather getting them in some homes. Probably should go ahead and put the transporters in homes too. I should take and put the guard or the physicians in homes, but like I said, where would the fun in that be? Besides, the place works like right there, so it's not like it's a big deal. So, yeah, enough promotions for now. Dismiss. Man, that last pot of coffee was fucking weak. So that's going to probably greatly decrease the rate at which we are actually getting citizens. It's going to pretty much instantly tell me that I have low residential space, probably. And that's kind of lame. Yep. Called it. Damn, it won't let me click on the... Ah, it will let me click on it further away over here. Sweet. Hopefully if we get at least a couple of these people over here in houses and stuff, that will provide additional area for other people to go and live in as well. The Timmy Lovinses.
All the brains of the Timmy Lovinses. Look at it. Oh, it's gonna fall. It's gonna fall.
That's funny. That ain't a cat. That is not a cat. I don't care what anyone says, that is not a cat.
Snakes.
What, love on them until they flop?
You can rub their bellies.
Probably. Ask Ashley. Ashley would know. She's the snake expert of the family. It's kind of funny.
Is the laundry that's in the washer clean or dirty?
Was clean. It'd probably be washed again. Since Mom didn't take it and put it in the fucking dryer. Which I thought that's what she did last night. And didn't.
Can I throw my clothes in there then?
How much is in there?
Not much.
It's like, okay, now wait a second.
It's like 3 pieces of clothing about the size of a shirt.
Now it makes me wonder if she did, then she just threw a couple other things in there. Go ahead, do that. Put the soap on it, stuff like that. You know how to do all that, right? Okay. Go ahead and get her started, get it going. Because I know that there's some of Mom's work clothes in there. So. I'm sorry, Tuck. I didn't mean to bonk you, bro. To be fair, if you minded it, you could have left a long time ago, but you didn't, so. Okay. So I'm wondering if we are actually going to gain that one additional person for our populace. Jesus, is that a bus? Hush. Oh. Well, you know, sometimes it be like that. That's funny. That guy riding that bicycle down the road, dragging that can behind him. I mean, hell. That's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Yeah.
This is like half full.
I'm sure I could probably find a couple few things to throw in there and start her up. Because honestly, this pillow sitting right here needs to be washed. There's a couple few different things that need to be washed. Squish, 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 squish.
To me, kids in particular are like super lovable and sweet.
Yes. Gizmo is... She's something. She's a damn piece of work. I love that little shithead.
Like, Cookie and Riz have kind of grown a bit distant. They're kind of like... I'll
Cookie and Riz are basically selectively Mom's cats. They have decided that she is their human, and no one else is their human except for she. Which is funny, but also not funny. Like, they're both okay with being picked up and carried around and so on and so forth. They both are okay with getting loved on as long as they're on the ground and shit like that. But will they actually come up and select you to lay on opposed to Mom? No. Chances are, probably not. Riz comes up and is laid down on me maybe a grand total of a dozen times since she was a little bitty baby. Cookie used to come up and lay down on me all the time, particularly over the whole pandemic scare and stuff like that when we were all quarantined and shit. She was up laying on me all the time. But when I went back to work and shit, I apparently broke her little heart and made her very salty with me, and from time to time, ever since, she has decided that I apparently make a wonderful place to make a temporary litter box and comes up and pees on me on occasions. She's done that like 5 or 6 times. I see your hair is nice and fluffy.
it's nice, wet, and curly, and give it a bit, it'll be so freaking poof. You can't freaking do anything with it. It'll be so riddled with knots.
Yeah. You need a haircut really bad. I need a haircut really bad. I look like a goddamn caveman right now. Part of the reason why I don't want a camera. Because I look like a caveman. I'll start smacking my computer with a big ass fucking hammer.
You get rid of this.
Grow that shit out.
Have you seen that one video of a dude and his TV's kind of busted? Like half of it is like all kinds of weird colors and stuff.
Right.
He's like, take a hammer, pop. Perfect.
Yes. It takes care of it every time.
Meet the engineer.
If all else fails, smack it with a hammer. And if that doesn't work, you smack it harder.
Either a wrench or a hammer.
Yes. Preferably a wrench.
You're either fix it Felix or the engineer. It really depends.
Bob the Builder, can we fix it? As you're beating the shit out of it.
Dude, I want to go. I want to time travel to the future and see this like billboard or something with like 50 people trying to fix it, and they've got all these high tech tools that I just come up with a hammer, just whole thing works.
Right,
and they're all just like,
well, I told you about the story of the one guy that he was a engineer that worked on great big engines. Like he specialized in great big massive diesel engines like the type you see on ships and stuff, right? So they had made this specialty fucking yacht or a specialty transport ship or something of that nature, and it had this new type of engine on it that there wasn't too many people that were qualified in order to actually work on and stuff like that. Well, they had called in 4 or 5 different so-called specialists on the subject multiple different times in order to look at this damn thing. Each one of them charged the company a little bit, told them that they couldn't figure out what the problem was, and they sent them on their way because they couldn't figure out what the problem was. But they still charged the company because, you know, they charge the company for their service coming out and looking at it. That's what happens.
yep.
Well, they get a hold of this guy, and he comes out, takes a couple look at it, looks at it, takes about 15 minutes, doesn't really do anything to it, doesn't like pull anything off, doesn't mess with anything or anything like that, pulls out a rubber mallet and goes smack, smack, smack. Smacks the thing in this one particular spot a few times, and sure enough goes over, turns it over, and the damn thing cranks up like it was brand new. And he kind of did the whole, you know, like presentation, ta-da sort of deals.
Ta-da!
Like, you know.
Just smack it a few times. It'll work.
Well, they sent him a bill afterwards, of course, and, you know, the bill came out to be, you know, fucking like $2,000-$3,000. They were looking at it and they were just like, Jesus Christ, this bill's astronomical, basically, for something of this nature. The dude only hit it fucking 4 times with a damn hammer. You know, the other guys only charged us, you know, like $200, $300 to come out and look at it and shit, and they had half the damn engine tore apart and put back together and stuff, and they couldn't figure it out. This guy comes out, smacks it with a mallet a couple of times, and it works, and he wants to charge us $4,000. What the fuck? He sends him a letter back and says it's not what they do that they charge you for. It's the amount of experience that is put into doing whatever is being done. That is what you're being charged for. If I hadn't done this for so many years and built up all this experience and stuff for all this time and learned all of this stuff about all of this stuff, I wouldn't have never have known to smack the goddamn thing 3 or 4 times in that one particular spot. So it's the experience you're being charged for. It's not the actual what I did that you're being charged for. They left it at that. Sure enough, he got his money.
I mean, true.
Yep. And if it's a negotiated contract, to start off with, there ain't really shit anyone can say or do about it.
That's another thing a lot of people have forgotten is that people don't know anymore how a goods and service trade works.
Yes, how
anymore.
a specialist trade in any particular sense works.
Not even
They
that, just in
expect it.
general, a consumer to a business.
Well, a consumer trade, even when you're looking at stuff like home maintenance, like a plumber, for example, is considered a specialist trade. Somebody who's going to come in and put up your drywall is considered a specialist trade. It's considered a trade tool in the,
Well, I'm talking like just going to Walmart
well,
and just buying like a spoon or something.
yeah.
Just
no.
in general, paying for any sort of good or service, people have forgotten how that works. You are not paying.
What are these people doing? Watch.
Yeah.
What?
What? That's not normal to you? You never
No.
seen that before?
No.
Well, it's simple. You go down there. See? And then
You
you're up
teleport.
there. It's fairly standard stuff.
Apparently. Man, the lady of the lake.
I
She's
mean,
really
that's
after
what
people
you
these
go to
days.
the Polnareff. Dude, have you seen that scene where Polnareff's trying to get to Dio?
No.
Dude, he keeps. So I haven't even made it to this part, but what it is this
You say
dude.
Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
This is JoJo's.
Okay.
Polnareff's the one with the really tall white hair and Dio's.
Okay. Alright.
It was me, Dio. Him.
Okay.
So Polnareff's standing at the bottom of these stairs. Fine, no. I mean, yes, but. So Polnareff's staring at the bottom of these stairs, and they go up onto a platform and then up again, and Dio's up there, standing there, doing a pose. Polnareff's like, I'm gonna get you, and Dio's like, come at me. And Polnareff starts to run up these stairs, and he gets up there, and he stops, and he's back at the bottom of the stairs. Next round. He starts running up the stairs, and right back at the bottom of the stairs.
That's
Running up
funny.
the stairs, and he keeps
Trust
doing
my
it.
mind.
Eventually, he's just like, you know what, you win this time, and just leaves.
That's funny as hell.
And when it's revealed that Dia's stand ability, spoiler warning, is to stop time, it turns out what was happening was Dia was stopping time, walking down the stairs, picking Polnareff up, carrying him back down, and putting him there, and then running back up to the top of the
That's
stairs.
pretty great. That's definitely pretty great.
And, dude, because it seems so intimidating and serious, and then you just picture this dude walking down, picking him up, having him down.
And in Dragon Ball, there is a character who has a similar ability named Hit, and he's an assassin. That was what he did by trade anyway, and he had a time stutter ability that he had figured out. He was the only person in dozens of universes who had figured it out. Well, the thing is that it creates basically a spatial time bubble that eventually Goku figures out how to crack through and be just as fast as he is, essentially. But yeah, it's kind of a similar ability, and it confuses the fuck out of a lot of people at first because, like,
It's just instant.
they'll go to hit him and
Just go.
he gets his, he moves over to one side, and they go to hit him over there, and he's over there, and
It's teleportation.
yeah, basically, it's essentially teleportation.
But dude, some of the
He almost turns into a Cheshire. He's everywhere and nowhere all at once.
JoJo's is so great because it acts so serious. It tries to look intimidating and manly and sharp, and it's just
So not.
Even Kakumine and Polnareff's freaking little scuba diving fist bump thing they had. They had these dark shadows and serious looks on their faces as they just smack and pop each other's hands to like
Well,
some really happy-go-lucky, semi-bouncy music.
Well, that's like the greatest thing about those types of shows, is that those moments here and there when they arise.
Mm-hmm. And quite a bit of it's more serious. You know, someone's horribly ill, someone's dying, and there's tears and tragedy, and then there's those times where a dude's head is forcibly magnetized to another dude's crotch.
Right. And both of those times are equally as fantastic for different reasons. Of course, you know.
Now, JoJo's has some questionable moments in it, you know.
Well, I mean, naturally, every anime does.
But I mean, that's part of why it's so intense at times, and kind of why it's so wild. Like, I do believe...
What the fuck?
I do believe Kujo, one of the Joestar sisters, I mean. It was Jotaro's sister, I think.
Okay.
And she had a stand, but it was killing her, and I guess it was just a horribly sexist stand or something like that. Or at least, if you were to explain it, it was sexist. I don't know exactly what he did.
Well, to be fair, most of their stands are kind of horribly sexist.
Oh, a lot of them are.
I mean, that's kind of a lot of the comedy of it, honestly.
And it's not like bad taste or anything. It's not like they're trying to do it out of malice.
No.
It's just like, you're just conveniently a woman or something. I think
it's one of those it's kind of whack, bro.
Honestly, I'm curious though, because a stand is a manifestation. I had the money to do it, damn it. I didn't do it.
Right? Anyway.
A stand is a metaphysical representation of your fighting spirit and what you desire.
Right.
And your stand manifests in a variety of ways, but what they do can change depending on your goals. This was explored in one of the newer JoJo comics, where it's an alternate universe from the original ones, and there's becomes two killer queens, two different stands with similar abilities.
I see.
First one is a bunch of bombs used for killing. The second one is a bunch of bombs used in very specific ways, usually done for healing.
Huh.
And it's very interesting to see how two different approaches to one stand can lead to completely different abilities.
Right.
Even if it is, in essence...
She's going to get right back out and go wander around again.
But it means that that her stand developed because of who she was.
Right.
For some reason. And it makes me curious, because I haven't reached that part, I don't even know what it does, but I'm curious why it was killing her. Because if it was a representation of her, why would she be aiming to kill herself with her stand?
Well...
That's my question.
Maybe she had a self-destructive personality, just a very strong one.
See, that's what I'm wondering, if she had some depression issues and it was nothing to do with her sexist actions and this thing was just completely misunderstood.
Well, maybe the stand itself was sexist as fuck, but it just manifested as sexist as fuck because she had self-destructive tendencies.
Probably. I mean, at that point in the series, most stands didn't have minds of their own at that point. It's not until, like, part 5 where they start thinking for themselves.
Right.
But I mean, again, Araki's freaking wild.
Oof.
And some of the stands are just cool. Some of them are just cool.
Yeah.
What's the other ones?
Trade. Got some trade I need to unlock here.
Oh, I can't remember what his name is. I forget what the name is, but it's literally just a toy minifigure-sized army. Full-blown military with Air Force support and tanks. And that was the entire stand.
Interesting.
And they're yay high. They're only like 4 or 5 inches. But still, it's an entire military.
Right. That's kind of wild.
And it's just cool. there is a series on YouTube called JoJo's But Really Fast, and it does an amazing job of explaining JoJo's really quickly. Each video is like 15 to 30 minutes long.
That's lame that the gems, the gold, and the fucking jewelry all sell for the exact same amount.
Sounds like they would all be varying levels of difficulty to get.
Well, they are varying different levels of difficulty to get. It should be, the jewelry should be worth at least $175. Because in the standard market, it's worth $125 to each one of your villagers. So, you're gypping yourself by doing a trade like this. Now, the gold bars, I'm okay with selling the gold bars, but I'm not okay with selling the gemstones at that price either, because the gemstones are kind of fairly difficult to come by, actually.
Yeah.
They're one of the more rare resources in the game, actually. It's a by chance sort of thing that you get them. The golden shit you can get directly, consistently, every single time. I mean, there's a mine for it, for Christ's sakes. So you can get it all the time, continuously, if you
By the
wish.
way,
You've been lewd.
it's all over the place, too.
It's a very lewd thing you have happening there. I don't know, it's just a small complaint in the way that the trade system works, that's all.
Agreed.
Something else. I need to make a monument for this building. Because there is a monument that cuts down on the maintenance fee of the building.
Ow, dude.
He says, yes. Ow, dude.
Can you make one of your buildings your logo?
Maybe. It would be extensive amounts of work, but potentially. I might not this place or not in this city. There would probably, that would have to be something I'd have to do by itself.
Yeah. By the way, what caused this?
The loo? You needed a loo.
But did I?
Yes.
But did I?
Yes. I don't understand why you're continuing to ask these things.
But did I?
Yes.
Look at him. He's such a sweet cat.
He is.
He's so big.
He's fucking something else.
He's like 1.5 feet long. If not bigger.
Right? It's a big motherfucker.
He's huge. He's not even chonky. Like, chonk implies a roundness. He ain't round. He's just so big.
Very, very large kitty puss.
And he has quite the small head, though. His head's big, but it's relatively cat-sized.
Right.
And the head itself is fine. It's the rest of him, though. There's so much of it.
This thing's gonna look funky. I
mean, it already looks phallic.
Well, yeah. I should put the gold male statue at the top of it. Just to, increase its level of phallicness.
Phallic and manly. Well, masculine.
Right.
He is developing little white hairs.
Developing little white hairs. Oh, that Lou getting old.
I mean, that could just be part of his fur pattern, but...
Yeah.
He does kind of have a more pale underside.
Right.
Ever so slightly. Plus, it's like one spot on his back. But But Hims is still quite the youthful one. He doesn't act like he's full of energy, but every now and then he goes through the house.
Taking out shit and running over little old ladies as he goes.
It's like hearing a train go barreling off the rails.
It is. It's pretty similar.
He even mimics the sound of the screeching metal through his meows.
Right.
Can you give me a meow?
Shit.
Can I get a
It's
meow?
hopeful.
Can I get a meow? He don't meow. No command.
Oh, my God, when he wants food, he does.
You want food? His ears
Honestly,
perked
they
up.
are probably getting about due.
If I stop holding you, do you fall?
Probably.
Kinda. You become unhappy if I'm not holding you anymore. No. You're not gonna start licking me.
Okay, yes, I will. So this dude's the proud worker dude standing there. This guy's axe-wielding motherfucker standing there. Pickaxe-wielding. This dude's the shovel-wielding motherfucker. And then we need a little gold female statue over here. You know something? Actually, because it's like half absorbed into the rest of the building, I think we're going to use individual ones for individual buildings, so that way it kind of sort of works out a little bit better.
Jared, you seeing this?
The loo.
And the hugs.
Oh yeah.
The incredible amount of hugs. I wonder if the mic can pick up his purring.
If you were to hold it close enough to him, yeah, I'm sure.
Don't try licking my hair.
But it's Haiti, no.
It's wet. Is this what you wanted? OS.
You say that word?
Well, I'm pinned, so I guess I'm staying here.
Looks like you are.
It's not like I can move him. I don't. Okay, thank you for moving your foot. What? You gonna start climbing me now? Is that your plan of action?
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Goodness.
Okay, there.
What have you been doing to him to cause him to be so neglected and abused?
Like I said, I think he's just hungry.
This ain't gonna get him fed. Kind of wags his tail like a dog, which is kind of funny.
Right. Oh, come on.
You are chunk.
Yeah. So when condition is met, but none, that don't make any damn sense. And that's just unacceptable, huh?
That's an interesting wedding cake you got there.
Game just doesn't like me. That's all.
Except the cows, man. And the cabbage cart. Dude, get off. No. No, get off.
I feel like doing the whole Buzz Lightyear. You're mucking me, aren't you?
Here.
No. Buzz, look at alien. Where?
Look at it.
Ah, Toy Story.
It's so
So many great memories.
Lord. I'm curious. Okay, yes, Lewis does in fact get immediately ferocious.
What, the laser pointer? Are you kidding me? Duh. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but like I wasn't sure if it'd be like a slow build-up of ferocious
Oh
or like
no,
an
it's an
immediate.
insto-rocious. Insto-rocious, my dude. Insto. We're starting to get a small amount of chuggage here in the middle. Ah. By the way, I forgot to mention my monkey guardsmen. I just saw them here, and I thought I should demonstrate said monkey guardsmen. They're overseeing the rest of the shops. They're the ones actually in charge and directing the shops, but you know, they're monkey gypsies, okay?
Monkey gypsies.
Yes.
Monkey gypsies, do they speak in ellipses?
They might. They drink to get a little bit tipsy.
Oh, Jesus, Lou.
They smack it?
He bit at it.
Ah. Who's like, I don't even give a shit. I'll fuck everybody up. Get over here. Going at you like fucking scorpion. Get over here. Your mama's so ugly. Scorpion said stay over there.
It's on your car. What you gonna do now?
Uh-oh. Still haven't breached 1300. I upgraded all the houses. Or, well, I upgraded a bunch of people, so they're building a bunch of houses. And we haven't quite got there yet.
Manners is not impressed, by the way.
By the laser pointer?
Don't give Jesus high.
As far as that goes, don't show Tuckety.
He'll explode.
With him and his old man self, he'll just fucking spontaneously combust.
Oh, dude, you need to stop that.
Right on the nuts, huh?
And then he sits on me.
Well, yeah. That way you make sure you can't do anything about it.
Oh no, my hands are in the perfect position.
Hey, we breached 1300! 1303!
Woohoo, Lewis! Yay! I'm gonna annoy you by doing this.
Lewis,
And maybe
yeah,
you'll leave me
let's
alone.
cat.
Yay! You
I
leave?
am instantly going to assign 2 of them as hay farmers and the 3rd as a dung collector.
Welcome to the city. Duh.
Welcome to the city. Now go pick this shit up.
Hefty cat.
Blue? Well, yeah. He weighs like 35 pounds.
I angered him.
God, you really want to anger him, fucking pick bugs off of him. Pull out the comb and brush his belly with the comb.
It's okay, it's not for you. Look. Oh,
my God.
she hates it. That's the first time I've seen an animal that actually hates the laser pointer.
Feel like I don't understand what it is. Why is it? Why? Why is it
It's
red?
okay.
Why is it pointing at me?
It's okay, Manners. Look.
Oh shit, Polly. Polly, I know for a fact Polly has yet to see the laser pointer. So she's like, what the fuck? What is that? What is that?
What is it, Polly? What is it?
I know you guys can hear that. Thump, 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 thump. That's her tail. And she's just a little min pin too, so I mean that's like a Labrador. Thump, 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 thump.
Look, here's your paw.
For those of you who've ever had to deal with any black or gold labs.
Any scientists in the chat who've dealt with labs before?
Right.
She doesn't care about it.
And she doesn't understand fully yet. We need a new one, a brighter one that isn't all poopy. And also one that won't set the house on fire too, that too.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
That's the old one. That's
Yes.
like the original.
Yes, that's the OG LP.
She has no idea what to think.
I'm not worried about Tuckety hearing much of anything anymore because he's definitely going deaf. Yeah.
Plus, he's just kind of zonked.
Yeah.
What is it, Polly?
He's been over here zonked on me for some time. Bet if I was to break out some food though, he would instantaneously jump up and go running around and being all crazy. Even though I know damn good well they have food left in their bowls. Okay, we have bad flax happening here.
Okay, she's kind of digging it now.
There's a ferocious beastie. I think she jumped down because she expected you to do the running back and forth thing with it. I don't think she was scared of it. Okay, we need to start making some trappers and stuff over here.
Uh-oh. I have a kitten's attention.
Oh no, the Rue. Oh dear, the Rue. I think that's Rue's first introduction to the laser pointer as well. So you do realize this means war.
Well, I think Yang sees that I have it, but I don't think he knows where it is.
Put it up there next to him.
Get Yang, get it.
Total and complete disinterest. There is such a fundamental lack of fucks that are just radiating off of him right now. Oh, there's the fucks.
I had to get his attention. He wasn't sure quite where it was.
Sekhmet's down here locating. So scoot down here by Sekhmet. She's over here right next to the corner. Housing insufficient. You lazy bastards. Get out there and build that shit.
See, I know she'll love it.
Okay, it says housing is sufficient, but yeah, it's
Look at it go.
totally sufficient. Oh yeah. Sekhmet doesn't shock me at all. I'm surprised that she didn't like flop over and start rolling and playing with it. Very crazy woman. Because she is kind of a crazy woman. Yang is most definitely intrigued by the whole premonition of this. I'm sorry, Minners. I'm sorry, baby. Uh-oh.
See, she's gonna want to know too.
Hi, Miss Polly. You such a pretty pop-up.
I got the Rue.
See, now, it's times like these that I do wish that I had, like, an actual camera for things around here in the living room and stuff like that, but...
Well, I haven't played with them with the laser pointer forever.
Right. Well, we've honestly had the catfishing pole over there for quite some time that we've been playing with.
Jesus. Did you try to save that kitten? Oh, Jesus. The Rue and the Minners running side by side.
That's funny.
Finn. I don't think he's...
Oh, no. Yeah, the Finn has not had any introduction yet to the laser pointer. Wow, and we went back up to a high residential space.
I don't think he really cares. I think he's either too tired or just completely not interested. Second, on the other hand,
He doesn't fully understand. Give him a minute. Let him get fully awake. And let Sekhmet do some rampaging around, and he'll probably get the hint.
look at her.
Oh yeah. She don't know how to handle it.
He's kind of getting it. He's kind of waking up.
I need to feed him.
We're back and forth.
Okay, so while this madness ensues, Manners is on the case.
With our ferociousness.
Oh yeah. Well, let this play for a little bit. Play for a minute or two. I'm not worried about the village collapsing or anything under an economic crisis or some sort of that nature. I am going to mute my mic for a moment. Go ahead and let you guys just enjoy the view here for a few minutes of some farmland. Nice aesthetic view here. Here, actually, before I do that, let me take and, well, if the game will let me, there's visibility. I'll turn off the territory boundaries. I'll also turn off the desirability tooltip for the moment. And last, but surely not least, I'll also go ahead and drop the UI, as well as my stream chat UI, so you guys can get the full extent of the view, cinematic view of the city. With the ghost building in the background that's not been built yet. So, I'm assuming that the question that everyone is asking is, did an event happen, or did the game freeze? I don't know. Let's hit Control U, pull up the UI. Oh no. Oh no. Looks like we're getting ready to drop back down below 1300, ladies and gentlemen. Shit. So, Exodus happens, people leave. I think that you lose approximately 100 villagers. Let's find out. Very well. There ain't shit you can do about it. I think that you should be able to tell them no. And have them attempt a rebellion and have your guards go in and kind of be the brute squad.
Yeah.
Just put them in jail instantaneously and say, no, fuck you. You're being re-educated. Also, something else real quick, like, I need to check out and make sure that my mic is even still recording and so on, because I heard a... Okay, it is. Good, good, good.
Meaner. 2x4.
Yeah, it took me a couple of hours just to show everyone the city and all the stuff that's going on in the city here. And explain all the mods and stuff that I got going on and so on and so forth. It's been quite the extensive tour here. Also, has anyone ever noticed how the men in Foundation, lots of them have mustaches? There is not a single character model for any of the little players or little people here in Foundation that has a beard. They are all perfectly clean-shaven folk.
My mustache, your mustache, say the word mustache.
Right?
If you only got a mustache.
It's the way it is, though. And that's where that one really shady picture that I caught for fucking Twitter was. It was one of the fishmongers. He was over here standing next to this barrel, and dude was just looking shady as fuck. Side-eyeing and everything. There's very few things worse than a shady fishmonger.
Weird. Dirk Diggler, the fishmonger.
Dirk Diggler, the fishmonger. Dirk Diggler. Hey, Dirk Diggler. Big Dirkler.
Hungry.
Hi, Hungry. Nice to meet you. Ah! Sorry. Couldn't stand it. No, Timmy. No, my dude. No.
Timmy says yes. Destruction.
He was starting to attempt to chew on my,
Cord.
Yep.
Kind of figured.
Little bunghole.
Didn't even have to see it.
Little bunghole. I love him, but he's a bunghole. Also think it's fantastic how I in no way need this many shops over here. Not in any stretch of the imagination do I need this many shops. And yet here I am with this many shops.
Back to the Future, the musical. Good Lord, somebody kill me.
I am from this generation and I don't even like the idea of that. turned me into fucking Carl the llama. There are very few things in this world that are so bad that they even turn me into Carl the llama. I'm going to have to go get me a bunch of hands and make a meat dragon. It's the only way to combat this. The hands have nothing to do with the meat dragon. The meat dragon is made of orphan meat. Oh. I have a curiosity. I want to see something here. An interesting thing. The sea, that is for seeing. For you see, I've seen. Sight to behold. Holy shit, it does work that way. So, you're telling me that this is acceptable? Now, I'm okay with that. It looks okay. I want to see if it's going to build. I want to see if it's going to function. Because if that's an acceptable thing, that piques my fancy. And I am furthermore very intrigued by the dock and harbor nonsense over here.
Dock and harbor.
Yes, dock and harbor.
Dock and
Yes. Make yourself a pretzel.
Yes. It's quick, it's fast, it's easy. I'm tired, I'm hungry. Yum. Get away. Everybody, away from.
Away from me! Away!
But we haven't eaten in 20 minutes.
Hell, it's been less than that. Like frickin' less than 5 even. Ow, Timmy, don't be grabbing hold of my foot. Damn it. Damn it, youngin'. Why are all these youngins always grabbing on my feet? Bits fall. She knows it's her fault. So she turned around and looked at me like, yep, I had to deal with it for a few months, now you do. You have to deal with it for all time. Okay, so at least now I should be getting the harbor going. Again. Actually, I don't want them assigned to the gold ore right at the moment. I think I want them assigned to the salt one first. The salt ship. Huh. Sorry, it's bad. I'm still wondering if the regular, just standard ship over here that is nothing for quote-unquote sailing actually does any real sailing. I'm very curious. Now, this says it produces 250 coins in exchange for 50 salt, but it holds a grand total of 100 salt, so I wonder if it produces a grand total of 500 coins. That would be nice. And my fisher hut is indeed building on the pier, which I kind of wasn't really expecting to work right, but apparently the game is okay with that, at least for now.
Wow.
Right? Well, that's kind of what I've been doing with this entire city build, is just experimenting and seeing exactly what works the greatest, or what works the best anyhow. And there are some things that are not necessarily about working the best, but rather just being kind of strange. This is one of those things that, I mean, in places that you see piers and shit like that, you see homes and houses and shit that are built onto the piers that are like little fishing huts and stuff. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's not something that doesn't happen in real life. I just didn't expect the pier to also apparently count as a, I don't know, raised land area that you could actually build a fishing hut onto. That's really cool.
I'm at my wits' end, guys. I don't know what to do. I can't eat. I can't drink.
Alright, guys, well, I have an emergency. I'll be back later. Maybe. God only knows. Yep.